Hello! Look what we have. We finally have it. We finally have it. Yes, all what you've been waiting for all these years. We finally got it. Let me turn the sound up so you can actually hear it in the background. There we are. Bit of a lovely background noise. It is finally the FSLabs Concorde. I've been given special permission to stream it for tonight. I don't believe the NDA has been dropped yet, but I have been given permission to stream it. But yes. Welcome everyone. Don't know how many of you are already in here. I can't actually see the actual number of how many people are in here because I'm stupid enough to not put that up. But thank you everyone who has tuned in. You do get to enjoy the new FSLabs Concorde, I suppose. So yes, here it is in all her beauty. We're on the ground here at Heathrow at the moment, on 421, which is obviously a very common place to find her. We should hopefully have a couple of others with us as well, who are going to be flying along with us. We're obviously in, I think you can see, well, as we go around you'll see, we're in Alpha Charlie, obviously one of the more well-known BA Concordes. We're going to be flying her from Heathrow off to JFK as a Speedboat Concorde 3 this evening. Oh, let's not crash it, we're going to the building with that. We've got a few friends with us as well, who are obviously AI at the moment, but yes. They're going to be coming along with us to New York. Well, I think one of them definitely is. I don't know about the other, but why is it pointy? Yeah, I know. But yes. Is everyone excited that we're finally you're able to see it? Hey, Becca! Thank you much for the 10 whole months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was going to say, Becca, this is like my third stream back, but yes. We're all excited. Hello, Michael. She is looking pretty. It is a pointy thing. And the Flying Welshman, thank you for your new sub. Thank you very much. Yes. Chewy sent you here. Well, I'm glad Chewy's helped me out there because I did kind of go mental trying to tell people to tune in tonight. Right, I need to get off Unicom because I can just hear people at Gatwick and it's kind of annoying because there's lots of people. Luckily, you guys, I've muted them so you can't hear them, but yes. Yes. Shall we go inside? Do you want to go in the cabin first or do you want to go in the flight deck first? I know what everyone's going to be saying, but what do people want to see first? Nathaniel, I think you're you need to hit your keyboard harder. Right, you want to go on the flight deck? Let's go to the flight deck. It's very loud, as you can tell, so I will turn it down slightly, but it is a loud place to be, the flight deck. And it's dinging at me already. Just, let's just open the door. Right, I need to turn it down in my ears, because it is very loud. But yes. Here she is. So, for those of you who have been, obviously, on the FSLabs forum stuff, Andy Wilson, one of the main developers, has been posting teasers and stuff, and obviously last night, releasing the push and start video from JFK. When am I switching on to this? Oh, I was going to say it's to James. It's to Sam. I was like, what? But yes. Here it is. It's all here. This is the lovely, lovely, lovely. All the flight deck. It's a big old place, this flight deck. Well, I say it's a big old place. It's a very long flight deck. It does obviously get quite narrow at the front, but yeah, it's a big old place. We have the whole of the engineers panel. Too many switches. Yeah, what does that button do exactly? There's a lot of switches back here that the engineer has to play around with. Am I flying real time? I should be. Where's Volanta? Let's double check. I was 3 minutes behind, Mashman, so... Oh, sorry, I misread that. Yes, I'm flying. It's going to be really quick. Where's the magenta line? We're going to be lost. But yeah. It is a very, very nice place to be, this. There is a Pepsi livery. I think Andy has posted a screenshot of that before. We're obviously not flying it today, but it is in the pack. Thanks to all these new follows coming through, by the way. Thank you, guys. I do see them all. Thank you. And Alex, thank you for your Prime sub as well. Thank you. Cool. And now I'm going to show you some things which Andy hasn't really shown off yet. We need to get everything going, basically. So we need to open up our trusty HP. This little thing is what controls a lot of things in this aircraft. The good old HP 200LX. Bryson, thank you for your Prime Gaming sub as well. Very kind. Control-E could work, but it won't work very well. It may start an engine, but things wouldn't work. Where's the on button? If you're looking for an aircraft that is just going to be an on button, this isn't for you. This is for those hardcore sort of gamers, simmers, everything like that. It does things properly. It's what we like. So yeah, as I said, this little tablet thing, little personal computer, is what the real Concorde engineer pilots had. Obviously, it doesn't do everything that this does, but they did use it for performance calculations and working out fuel and stuff, so it is a real thing. So we can start going through this sort of stuff, really. So we are going to go into our load route. We are going to be doing a scheduled flight today. Don't release for MS1st. Don't think I can handle controlling millions. Well, we'll see how well it sells on P3D. There could be still a lot of people. So yeah, we're doing a scheduled flight. Obviously, Speedbird 3, which is a normal scheduled one. And then we've got all of these different routes we can load from. So there's all these routes are all pre-programmed in that you can run. I'd have to ask Andy what the exact number of routes is. Well, we can ask him later. He is going to be coming onto the stream a little bit later on with the crews, hopefully, to have a chat, answer some questions from the chat. So yeah, hopefully he'll be able to answer lots of questions that you guys have been having. He'll answer my question of how many flights are actually in this thing, because there's a lot of them. And that's just the scheduled ones, and these are just BA ones. So there are a fair old few. That's just in that one, so if we go back, we can look at other ones as well. We can go on the charter and see some of the charter flights. No, blowing the engines up. No, we'll try not to do that. But you can see little things from history, like little ones they did. So back in, obviously, 2000, obviously for the solar eclipse, 99, 2000, whatever year it was, 2 Concordes departed for the solar eclipse. And both those routes are in here. So you could fly the north route that they did, or the south route they did, or fly on VATSIM and fly with a friend who does the south and the north. And they obviously depart at the same time and basically met up over the Atlantic. But yeah, there's lots of routes in here, lots of called round the bay flights. So where you take off from Heathrow out to the normal acceleration point. Obviously, as this is one of the ways they did it. And then they'd loop all the way back round the kind of round Cornwall and then up the channel and then back in, kind of going over kind of Gatwick way back towards Heathrow. But then they did those sort of routes. They would go to Birmingham, they would go to like Newcastle, Liverpool, Manchester, like all the big old airports. They used to do that. So lots of these routes are in here as well. Yeah, there's a lot. Obviously, you've got Keflavik, got Rovaniemi, Tenerife, all the flights that they did. Yeah, Birmingham, I know, exactly. Right, I'm going to turn down the system a little bit more for me. I'll turn it back up for you guys, because it's very loud in my headset. Yeah, as I said, I'm just scrolling through it. There's so many blimmin' flights for this thing. But you can just, there's a lot to do. Like Aqaba, Cairo, Jeddah, Amman. More kind of just a subsonic route up to Manchester, to Toronto, from Manchester that is. What other ones we got? Engineering flights, so you can do the flights they used to do to go and test out things. So they used to basically go halfway across the Atlantic, out to 30 West, and then basically turn around and come back. And then, yeah, lots of other ones to Shannon and back. Obviously, they used to fly to Shannon a lot for, like, base training and stuff. They did base training in a few places, but they did get to Shannon for it. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot of routes, and these are just BA ones. There's Air France as well. They got loads of flights through that one. There's a lot to look at. So, yeah, for us, we're going to be doing a scheduled flight. We are going to be flying Heathrow to JFK, obviously one of the more well-known flights they did. So we can click on that one, so that means 0. This asks for different arrivals, so depending on what runway you use, they sometimes did a different arrival. So for us, the standard routing was via Sierra Mike 2, which is via Lind. So this is the standard routing. So we can go into there, load that one, so that's 0. And then on here, you can then select kind of your payload of what you want. So obviously, literally, as it says, you can have a minimum payload, which is basically empty. Max payload, max payload, where it will calculate for you what the absolute max you can put in that aircraft is. So like full of passengers, full of cargo, but obviously only if you can make it. So for example, if you were doing like a Barbados in the middle of the summer, you're not going to be able to get many passengers on because it requires a lot of fuel. And obviously when it's hotter, you're not going to be able to go as far with as many people. So this will calculate the absolute max you can get away with flying to wherever you're going. You can set it yourself, and then obviously if you set it yourself and the plane's like, no, you can't do that, it will tell you, it'll give you a reason why you can't take it, like if you're too heavy for like a takeoff weight, or if you're too heavy for landing, or if you're too heavy for like just the amount of fuel you need. No, Adam, it's the same as FSLabs have done with the A320. GSX is nicely in sync, so the amount of passengers you see outside will be the correct number that it's expecting. It's all like the FSLabs had that since day one. When GSX did passengers, obviously. Oh, you can do a random one, which is what I tend to do quite a lot. So you can just randomize it. I usually spam it a few times, be like, yeah, that'll do, and then see what I get. A bit more kind of realistic in the sense that you don't know what you're going to get on the day. So we'll do that today. So we're going to do a random payload. This it's already given me 91 tons, which is a fair few. We can spam it a few times, give us a random weight. So let's do, what if you want that? I was giving us 91, that's pretty heavy. I'm just going to give us random ones. Let's just do, stop. Oh, there you go, 88.2. We can continue. And then, next question. What taxi fuel do you want? So, you have a minimum and a maximum that you can use. A standard taxi fuel in Heathrow was about 1,400 kilos. That's the standard. Obviously, you could lower it, increase it, depending on... you can lower it, increase it, depending on what you think the traffic's going to be like, what runway's in use. So, Heathrow right now, 27 right should be in use. So, obviously, it's a bit longer of a taxi. So, for me, I would probably take a bit more than 1,000. I'd probably more likely take 1,400, which is the standard. But you could lower it down if you're on 27 left. It's a really short taxi. So, because they wouldn't prefer 27. 27 left's nice, but they will take whatever runway, like at Heathrow. They'll go 27 right most of the time. There is this weird obsession on that sim that every controller seems to want to send Concords to 27 left. They don't have to go to 27 left. It's nice. You don't have to like go out the way to do it. Yeah, Greta would not approve of this nowadays. If this was still flying, Greta would not approve. Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of fuel just for taxi. And it uses it, trust me. Like, you got to be careful. Right, and then the magical button. Let it compute. So now it's now going to run through it all, getting the wind data, getting the performance, getting everything right now for you. So we'll let it do its stuff. Moz, I can't answer anything about that because I don't know either. So I have no idea what to answer that. That's one to ask Andy later on. So still computing, it's having a think. Yes, 1400 is normally enough. So, for those keen-eyed among you, you'd have noticed a bit of paper's just spawned in. Yeah, they had a handheld computer like this, but it wasn't quite... The FSLabs have gone a bit more kind of doing everything through this. Like, they did use it for, like, load sheets. They did use it for fuel planning and stuff like that in the real world as well. So they had these little computers, which they ran, like, little programs, which I think one of the pilots developed quite a lot of it as well, which is mad. So... It's obviously churned out a lot of stuff. It's given us a departure runway 27 right. So it looks at the weather to kind of guess which runway should be in use. So it's obviously given us 27 right. It's predicting 22 left in New York. New York's New York, so everything will change knowing them. So I'll leave that as standard 22 left. But obviously, if you want, you can change it. It's giving us an alter of Newark. Flight level for that as well, and then we've got more data as well. Oh, I do need to change the flight number as well because it's giving me speedbird 1, which we're speedbird 3 today. It's seen that we're on which gate we're at, so it's gone for 421, which is obviously what the gate we're actually at. So if we look just up there, you can see 421 hiding behind the visor. Arrival gate, it's given us, it predicts kind of what gate Concorde would have gone to a lot of times. So Terminal 7 at JFK, it's given us T72, gate 2 there. Taxi fuel, extra fuel, all that lovely stuff. And then from here, it's given us our zero fuel weight, which is obviously what we randomly calculated. The tanks, so what the fuel is going into the tanks. And then from there, it gives us a lovely takeoff weight, which today is about 178 tons. So fairly heavy, not the heaviest it can be, but it's fairly heavy. And then from here, I need to open Chrome, so I can do this. Let us do that. And then I can show you it as well. Is Chrome going to work? Nope. So, let us do... I need to move this, hang on. I've locked it in position, that's why it's not working. Right, let's put it here. So you can kind of see a bit more. So again, the same as like it is in P3D with the FSLabs. You can run things in separate windows. So the EFB, the Palm Top computer is on. You can get a window for that. The same as the INS as well. So you can open a few panels. So you can put it on another screen, on an iPad or whatever. Yeah. So from there, we can print the data, which will give us a lovely PDF document if you so choose to use it. So this has everything on that. We'll go through that in a minute. We can also file our flight plan. Obviously, if we're going to do that, I'm going to quit that again because I need to change. So yeah, it goes on to VATSIM so you can file your stuff. And then obviously you can change data. So for us, we need to change data because obviously, as I said, change our call sign. We're going to do that. Set flight number. So we are flying Speedbird 003. So our call sign is Speedbird 3. I can go on there. And then once you're happy with that, if you want to change your departure gate, arrival gate, any of that, you can change stuff here. And you press the magical recalculate button. It'll recalculate it for you. And then everything is there as it was before. It'll recalculate, it'll put more fuel on, less fuel, depending on what you do. But yeah, so from that, I can now file my flight plan. So it gives me Speedbird 3. It fills in everything for you. Let's move it slightly this way so you can see a bit more. So yeah, so it shows absolutely everything, all the routings there, fills all this stuff in, gives you your, yeah, everything's in there. So I can just press file. All done. Nice and easy, nice and straightforward. We can close that, and then I'll close that, and then let's print it again, and we can start going through this. So can you hire me? Oh, you have to do that. So that's the Riyadh, I guess. I will quickly go through this. We can talk a bit more about this in the flight, because I don't want to hang around, because obviously we've been live for 25 minutes already, and I haven't even done anything yet. All I've done is show you a flight plan. So yeah, we're not going to be spending hours here, else we're just going to be on the ground. I could talk about it. I know Martin's getting bored already. He wants to go to the pub. But yes, we'll go through this quickly. So this is all generated every time. It auto-generates itself. Andy has done an absolute bonkers job getting all this working. So it's all in the correct format as the real Concorde had, that BA used. Obviously Air France, if I was flying Air France, it'll be different. It'll be all in French, which is really odd to get used to. I'm getting PM'd about things. It's always good. Who is PMing me? Oh good, I've been sent a PDC. Very realistic for a Concorde to get a PDC, but oh well. Yeah, so on here it gives you everything. All your loads and stuff, the fuel. So we're flying 79 passengers, as we can see up here. Taking 684 kilos of bags. It then talks about what trim we're expecting to be sticking up with. So our weight and balance, so our C and G, I should say, will be at 53.5%. It then gives you like what the elevon should be, what your C and G for zero fuel weight will be, where the passengers are sitting. This is all calculated, all magically calculated, which is rather nice. Scrolling on down, talks about where the fuel, what's in each fuel and stuff. Like a more normal load sheet that you'd expect here, kind of that you'd expect. So fuel, weights, everything like that, stuff to fill in. Scrolling on down, a bit more the flight plan with flight level Mac. This looks kind of a bit more like a normal flight plan. Concorde XFS. Hello. Scrolly. More ATC flight plan. The radiation forecast. So it's given us a small amount. So obviously they calculated the radiation for each flight. Keep scrolling down. So now onto the fun stuff. The nav logs. These are all again generated as per whatever you're doing. If you're doing a custom route, it will show you the custom route. So it generally fills this in. So it's given us obviously reg, flight number, date, time. Obviously time's going to be wrong because I haven't changed that. Our ramp position, everything's in here. So all the cards. So card 10, it tells you what to do. All the stuff for the INS. And then it's got all this lovely little notes and stuff, which you can obviously read through and expect. So some little things like diverting en route and stuff, it gives you some hints and stuff about. It's above your intelligence level. No, Chewie, I doubt that. You're good flight simmer, right? You just need that magenta line that you need to follow. We need to draw like a magenta line on the HSI just for you. But yeah, all the way to New York, where you can load more cards for different approaches depending on what you're doing. We have an ETOPS chart, which is great. So you can see where you go and kind of yeah, whenever you need to divert. If you go onto 3 engines, go onto 2 engines, for whatever reason, it tells you your kind of go points for diverting. Very rude. No. Again, all done kind of, yeah, I was going to say, I'm trying to think what I'm trying to think. It's all generated for you. It's not the same every time. Because obviously if the winds are different, your weight's different, whatever. So there's lots of points where you can carry on to JFK, turn around to Santa Maria, turn around to Shannon, TER. It's one of the other ones, I can't remember which one it is, in the Azores. And then you obviously got, 2 engines you can carry on to Halifax. We're at St. John's. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So, for example, if you lost 2 engines in this little period here, you would be having a bit of an awkward time, because you've not quite got to. Oh no, disregard. You're right. Today it's all right because you got the St. John one, because you can still get to St. John. Sometimes there are some flights, mainly like the. Yes, thank you, Red. I realised. Some flights down to the Barbados, down to like the Caribbean and stuff, there are points where if you lose an engine, you're going in the water. There are times that that's it. You're not making it anywhere, because there's this little like a 10-minute period where if you lose an engine, you need to get it started again. More winds and stuff. And then down to our fuel, which obviously tells you what's in every tank. What oil. It's been signed by Mr. J. Weston. A. Richards has given sign. Checked again. Lots of people have checked all this stuff. Our performance cards. So this has taken everything. So the latest ATIS. So it's got the wind, temperature, dew point, QNH, everything. So it gets it all from Active Sky. And he is a wizard. He is an absolute wizard with all this stuff. And then it obviously gives you all your speeds. And then obviously your final speeds are here. Your elevon angle, CFG, la 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 la. What your engines will be set to. 73 seconds, so how long your reheats will be on for. More stuff. Rival stuff, what to expect. Again, wins what it thinks at the moment. And then no TAMs. We don't need to go through no TAMs. You know what no TAMs look like. And then it usually will have, for quite a lot of them, the next sector the aircraft is going to be doing. So obviously we're doing a Speedbird 3. The next flight this one's going to do is the evening Speedbird 4. So that's kind of, it gives you kind of an idea if you wanted to do the next flight. It gives you a hint of what the aircraft probably would have done. Nobody reads no. Who reads no TAMs? And then more fun. This is good. I'm still going on. There's so much stuff in this. So much stuff. Yeah, Andy has done charts that look just like the ones BA used to use over the decades they had them. So obviously, older ones had different colours and stuff. The newer ones obviously a bit cleaner. Air France have their own stuff. And then on here it shows all the normal Concorde routes. And then as you can see, the nice green arrow here means where you accelerate. And obviously the black line is what you're actually doing. And then on here you got volmets, more volmets. Next page, more volmets. It tells you like how much fuel you'd like at each point. So how much fuel to get back to Heathrow would be 21.5 tons normally. Yep, so each one of these, it generates every time. Keeps going down, obviously to New York, and it shows you where your decel is. And then the standard weather charts, wind charts, weather charts, en route stuff. So as you can see, across the Atlantic, maybe a little bit, the turbulence kind of later on, but we should still be above it at this point. But yeah, New York's looking a bit cloudy maybe, and some CVs, so that could be fun. Right, that is the PDF document you get every flight, and it calculates everything for you. It's very, very, very clever. So that's that. You've seen everything else in there. I can get rid of Chrome. So that's the flight planning done. So now the fun stuff. If I look up here, we have a ground call button. This is a very important button because I can left click it now and it will start the VFE, so the virtual flight engineer, which is part of the pack, part of the Concorde, and he will start running through his flows, and the VFO will start doing his flows. When you right click it, it will start your boarding. So it'll talk to GSX, it'll get fuel incoming, it'll get catering coming, and then it'll start boarding once it's all happy. So we're going to do that now. We're going to left click it, which will start doing stuff. You'll hear, hopefully, the engineer. Don't want to undot the jetway. Hopefully we hear some sort of stuff happening. And then once it's happy, we can right click as well. So that's us. Right click. And hopefully that will now get everything going. So we're going to leave that to it. And I'm just going to check that my sound device is set correctly. Because so yeah, there's options you can change as well. You can turn things on and off. So hopefully stuff should start happening. I'll click this one again. If not, I'll have to manually press it. It's fine, I'll just do this. There we are. Start it manually.
Right, that's the walk around complete.
There you go, Mr. VFE's talking.
Press on with my cockpit prep.
Okay, I'll start my flows here and let you know when I'm ready.
So there you go. So now the VFE and the VFO are now going to start doing their job. Alistair, no, I'm not anymore. Right, so now I can just sit here, relax, then know that the VFO is going to do stuff for me. The VFE is going to start doing his stuff. And you'll start hearing clicking and stuff in the background as the engineer does his checks. The VFO does his stuff. Catering has arrived, as you can see. It's just pulling up to the door now. Yeah, so we can start looking at some more things in the flight deck. So we can scroll down to the pedestal. You can start here clicking now. Yeah, we'll go stick some of you in a second so you can kind of see what's going on. So the performance calculator for the takeoff is loaded itself here, so that will obviously update. Up here, we can also open this, which then has all of those documents I showed you before, has the main pages here, so you can obviously see it in the flight deck. This is all here. Obviously, it works quite nicely. And then you get your final load sheet as well. Nice. So yeah, we can go outside and we can have a look as things are happening outside. So, yeah, catering's here. Fueler is here. Little tiny fueler. Thank you, GSX, for that, because what we figured out during our time with developing Concorde is that GSX is very particular about heights where the fueler goes. Concorde is just too low to get the bigger fuel truck. It's just a bit, if you do it a bit higher, you get a big fuel truck, but then it plugs into the wrong place. So, yes, so we're filling our Concorde with avgas, according to GSX, because he's only got a small model, so thank you, GSX, for that. We'll ignore that, and we'll kind of go into here, into the flight deck. Oh, into the cabin, I should say. Yes, and Bertoed, as usual. So here we are in the cabin. We can turn around, you can kind of see. So we got Welcome to Concorde on. Music started. Did anyone hear that noise? Can anyone guess what that noise is? Andy's already given it away on the forum what that noise was. That little pump sound. Can anyone guess it? Nathaniel, you cheated because you knew it already because I told you. It's the water pump. So it's basically pumping for, obviously, for the toilets, and like, there it is again. It goes off quite a lot. So obviously you can hear the clacketing in the background as well.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer.
He's going to do it.
Testing the emergency evacuation system now.
So he's going to do his check for the evacuation. So obviously it's blimmin' loud, that thing. So he's done that. So he's obviously checking everything's working as it should be. We can walk further back in the cabin. We can have a look in the toilets. The lovely toilets here. Good old P3D with its clipping. I won't miss P3D for the clipping. Carry on back through the cabin. So you go. Oh, it's got all the whole cabin up to the back, all the way to the rear galley. It's all modelled. The whole thing's modelled. These obviously these screens where it says "Welcome to Concorde." You can still hear some of the sounds from the flight deck. Yep. So these are the screens which the passengers saw. So it will give like the updates on like the speed, kind of the altitude, temperature, all that fun stuff. I was gonna say aircraft haven't changed with the way the brewers and stuff are. That stuff's been around forever. Obviously, more at the front now, more toilets. Love clipping. Some little cups, nice little Concorde sign as you get on board. GSX man is gone away now, so they're just sorting out the galley, ready for passengers to be boarded very shortly. Right, we can go in here. Engineer's still testing things. You can hear you hear lots of bings, lots of bongs, very loud noises while he goes through absolutely everything. There's a lot. How long does it take? It takes a good 15 minutes or so for everything to be done. So now he's testing the pressurization alarm, which is that horrible sound. So hopefully boarding should be starting. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Can we get some panel lighting? Yes, let's turn some other lights on. Let's we can turn the little floodlights on. And then we can turn a little bit of... Oh, passengers are going on. Blooming loud creatures going on board. Up here, and turn some more of the lights on. We don't need the storm lights on, but we can have the center console lights on. Center dash come on as well. So some lovely, lovely backlighting. Oh, Weddle! Weddle. Is actually going to do it. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very, very kind. So, yes. I was going to say, I was trying to get the names, but it kind of disappeared. Hang on, there it is. So, Mr. Weddle gifting a strike to Dave, Mr. Superstar03, KLM9, Edu Valim, C1510, and Mr. London Controller. Alex as well, being very, very, very generous, gifting 10 subs. Alex, thank you so, so much. That's very kind of you. Is that going to come through? Hopefully, it's catching up. It will come through. I'm getting ahead of myself looking at the chat. Give it a sec, give it a sec, give it a sec.
Right, I think that's me all done. How are you getting on back there?
So, yeah, the VFO...
Before we're ready for start.
Yeah, VFO's all done, so now the VFE's going to finish his stuff. So, yeah, thank you very much, Alex. Very kind, giving a sub to Zany, Kieran, the Flying Spanner. Oh, Steve-O gets one, nice. Jake, PWAS, Pete, Fraser, Philip, This Maker Saying James, Gavin, and Navimap. Thank you very much, Alex. Very, very kind. Why would you think that, Alistair? So, Spad, yes, this will be a VOD. Don't worry, I'm going to leave it. I'm just going to... my VOD's always on, so it'll be on for 60 days, which I may highlight, because then it'll keep it on for people who can't see it. But obviously, the VOD will stay up for 60 days, so you'll have a long time to watch this. And obviously, we'll be flying this tomorrow as well, hopefully. So yeah, fuel is still coming on. We're at 54 tons so far. We've still got another 40 tons to go. Well, 35 tons to go. It does take a little while to fuel it. It's still pretty quick to fuel. We can cage the standby while we're waiting. There we are. It's nicely caged. What things can we set up? We can go down here to the PIDs. So this is that screen I told you about in the cabin. So if I get the distance that our flight is, so we are flying a grand old distance of 3,126 miles. We can put that in here. Oh, the other way. 3126, so 3130. We'll round it up. All the way up. 3130. So that's obviously currently in nautical miles. I can then press enter, which converts it into statute miles for the passengers. They don't understand nautical miles, so that's round. It's obviously converted it to statute miles for them, and then obviously everything else is now going to start flowing through. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff in here. But yes, it does look really nice. Let's turn some lights onto the AFCS as well, just so I can see a little bit of that. A little bit of flood. A little bit of console there. There you go. So you've got a little bit of light now on the glare shield. What to talk about now? So we can go down here to the INSs. So obviously the INSs have been all coded by Andy. He's been a machine getting all this stuff sort of work. So obviously cards, which obviously what BA used for their scheduled kind of routes, and a few of their charters as well. So obviously we're on status right now. So if I go on to old, we can see which database we're using. So back in the day they used database 2524 and 2525 I think it was, but yeah, 2524, which was the old kind of routes. What FSLabs have done, they've updated a lot of the routes, because obviously a lot of the waypoints on the old routes have gone now. Like the old acceleration point that Concorde used to use, which was called upgas, doesn't exist anymore. And lots of waypoints over that way don't exist anymore. So we've had to go and look and update the routes as much as we could. Casinium, thank you for the sub. Thank you for, how much is that? I didn't even see how many months that was for. Yeah, so Scott, thank you for gifting that to Continuum. Thank you very much. That was very kind of you. Yeah, so we've updated the routes to get as close as we can. So who programs the INS? So either you can do it to start with. It should be you and the FO should cross-check. But if you leave him to it, the FO will do it for you. The FO will fill in the cards and stuff and the waypoints as required. So then if I can see here in the main window, it says 10, which is the normal card out of Heathrow. So if I go into here, into the navlog, you can see the number 10, which is card 10 for the, so all these waypoints here, up to 11 basically, are on card 10. So you just leave that to it and it'll update it all for you. He also loaded card 90, which is for the DME for updating it, so you didn't have to type in like all the lat longs, all the frequencies, all the altitudes of the VORs you're going to update off. So with that, you would then just tune the VOR you want, select it in the INS, and it will update off that. Perfect. That's all that stuff. What else can I say about the INS? So we can obviously, there will be videos going out which will explain a bit more of how the INS works, but obviously you can see like the normal stuff. It's like a normal INS, but with a few extra bits in it. Obviously the normal wind stuff. Distance time, obviously not moving, so it's going to be 999. All the waypoints, you can scroll through these. I can unhold that now. Your position that has gone in. Cross track, and the heading, and the angle basically to kind of get back on, and then your track and your ground speed. Yeah, so all the lovely stuff. It is all just coordinates, yeah. So the problem is, Fever, that you're going to be entering these numbers quite a lot. So BA basically went, all right, well, initially they had a bit of paper which had like holes cut out, so like a whole bunch of card, which they'd put in, and the INS would read it. That was all well and good, but then the pieces of paper got kind of chewed up and stuff like that. So they made an actual, basically a hard drive in these INS units, which you could then call up waypoints, because you'd always be going to the same waypoints. So instead of typing them all in, you could literally just type in the card number, it would reload up those waypoints, and you don't have to think about it. Air France did it differently. They didn't use the card database. They just did everything manually, because why not? They thought they'd just do it that same way as everyone else did. So, yeah, that's all that's. What else can I talk about? Still waiting for the engineer to finish his stuff. He's waiting for the fuel to be up. Winterstellar, thank you for... But I think that comes a lot faster than my actual alert. So Winterstellar has been gifted one from Alex. Alex gifting another sub. Alex, thank you so much. What else can I talk about? So, good old P3D glitches with the graphics, always nice. So on the AFCS, which is the autopilot panel, we can start setting up for our departure. So if I look at what PDC I got, or a long time ago now, we were cleared to JFK 27 right on the Compton 3 Foxtrot, so that's fairly standard for a Compton departure. Initial climb flight level 260, sorry, initial altitude 260, but on the SID 6,000 feet. So we can wind up to 6,000 feet. So that's set in there. We can set 250 knots, because obviously that's what we're going to be aiming for initially off the departure. And then the usual stuff for a Compton departure. Obviously it's all raw data, there's no magenta line you get to follow. Yeah, don't. Yeah, PDCs, if London and stuff give it to me, it's fine. Like if your controller's busy, but if it's tower or like ground or delivery, nah. I will ask for a clearance by voice. No PDCs. There was no PDCs when Concorde was flying. Cool, we can set our initial heading as well. So initial heading we're going to require is 268. And the initial radial off the London VOR will be 256 degrees. 256. We can also set London on our left-hand side, which you can see here. So 1136. So that is London, and also we can set Compton on the FO side. There we are, 11435. So they're both tuned in. They both picked something up. Yeah, well, that's looking good so far. Scotsman, FSLabs haven't announced if they're doing anything for V6 yet, so this is for V5. This current version we have is for V5. Bouncy numbers, yeah, exactly. We have another sub. It's Coley. Hello, Tony. 34 months. Thank you. Oh, I don't have text-to-speech on. I'm so sorry. But thank you so much for your 34 months, Tony. Very, very kind of you. Right. Fuel is on. The virtual flight engineer is doing his final checks just to be sure. That's why he's dinging. He's testing all the limits and stuff. Making sure the way we know the engineer's done. One, he'll tell us. And two, the way we'll find out, is the seatbelt sign will be turned on. That's our hint to know everything's done. Nice little lag spike for Heathrow. You tried to watch the... Oh, thank you for the commitment, Tony. Yes, Chase Plane is... There's a preset that will come with it for Concorde, so you can have lots of different views, so you can move around, lots and lots of views. So, yeah, all you need. Right away, yes, this is the new Concorde from FSLabs. This is the first stream out there. This is the first stream of it. There's been the only things pretty much anyone's seen on YouTube has just been Andy's little kind of push and start video. This is actual live stream of it. David, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much, very kind. Right, let us press B to get the Q&A set, standard stuff. Let's tune into Heathrow. Is tower on or anyone? Ground is online, that's good.
Checks complete here. Ready when you guys are.
So the engineer is done, so we can start going through everything now with him. So let us get Heathrow ground, 1217. Let's do that. I can unmute that so you can actually hear A to Z now. And then who are we going to be talking to next? Okay, it'll be Unicom right now, I believe. Yeah, just Unicom for now. We have another sub. Who is it this time? It's Alex gifting a sub to Benny. Thank you, Alex. Very kind of you.
Somehow, sorry about that. Taxiing right onto Charlie and Alpha. Portugal 229 and heading.
Oh, perfect. So, what I can do now is have a look and see if any of the others have started moving yet. They have not. So, whichever one of you two, Riyadh or Martin, whichever one of you wants to go now, so I can start planning for departure.
Number 501. Thank you for the control. Bye-bye. Good luck.
Because one of them wants to go first. Yeah, good old VATSIM sending
Heathrow
data
ground,
through.
Nordic 4529.
Oh, yeah, ours are fine.
Nordic
4529.
Mickey, yes, so during flight the VFO will be updating the cards if you got cards, or the waypoints if you got waypoints. The VFO will update stuff for you. Seeing if any of them got their beacon on yet. Nope. So we'll just have to see which one of them goes first.
Portugal 229, give with the British Airways 320 Leon.
UPC Coley, new PC a while ago, but the FSLabs is actually very good on performance. I'll let Andy explain it when he comes on, but you will need a beefy graphics card. Thank you, prepared, basically.
Portugal 239, Roger taxi, Bravo, right Charlie.
This is V5, this is V5, this isn't V6, this is still V5.
Bravo round Charlie to San 554 at Portugal 229 heading.
So the AI, that's my sort of one, so it's not coming to the pack, so don't get too excited. I can't release it with the FSLabs.
Good evening, Cruise 842 Papa at stand 535. Information due on board.
Yeah, it's been out a little while, Tony. The Droop Snoot, indeed. We'll be doing that on our taxi out.
Trade to split, see the Maxwell 1 Foxtrot departure, running 27 right, clock 11572 to 842 Papa.
So, when we get out here, we're going to be pushing back. Obviously, from here, it can only face one way. So, we're going to be facing out this way. Obviously, we're starting all our engines and then taxiing out. I'm expecting to taxi out straight ahead across the runway here. Probably a right turn on Alpha. and then follow Alpha all the way to one of the holding points, 27 right, which is obviously over here. So not the longest taxi in the world. It can get obviously a bit crazy if there's lots of arrivals. So obviously you can see there's one arrival in at the moment.
Ground back in a second.
Can you show? Yeah, sure. If you want to look at the proper exterior, we can go down here. We can have a bit more of a close-up look of the external model. As I said, we're in Alpha Charlie today. Fair amount of detail on the external model. Quite a lot of the decals are all on, so you can see about the fueling panels and stuff like that. All under there. Obviously, it's the other way around if I spin myself around. So obviously for the fuel. Hear the engines clacking in there. Hiding in there. Obviously the ramps, which will come down to shape the airflow and move the shockwave so the engines can still run. Boom, there is a Pepsi livery coming. Don't you be too upset. There is one coming. So yeah, main old wheels. Nice little Michelin tyres. Move on back. The nav light. Rolls Royce, delightful engines, beautiful Olympus engines.
Ready to taxi.
Nordic 4529 taxi Bravo, Titan.
With beautiful reverser buckets.
Bravo, holding Titan.
Obviously these close with hydraulic pressure. They make a nice kind of high-pitched whining sound when they open and close, like the real thing does. Lizla, don't worry, you do. All of the paints have been done. Does look nice. Even in the Union livery, it does look nice.
Control ground, good evening, fuel component 093.
Martin.
Station call in second.
Speedbird 9093, stand 419, request startup.
Speedbird 9093, Heathrow ground, hello.
Yeah, there's Landor, there's obviously the old Negus liveries, obviously Air France have got the liveries, Pepsi's in there, the Singapore one's in there. There's also a few little random ones which have gone in as well. So Martin is starting his engines up. You can just hear that now. So I don't know which one Martin is. I think he's the far one. Oh no, he's the close one. He's on 420. So he's just starting his engines up now. Why was the Pepsi livery a thing? Because Pepsi paid a lot of money to put it on an Air France plane. It's good old advertisement. Basically trying to one-up Coke again, if I remember correctly. Yes. Right. I suppose while Martin is sorting his life out, we can get the initial checklist underway. So, for that, we can request it either...
Airport,
we can request it here. So, we're going to see the full-start checklist.
Down at gate 554,
so, let us start that now.
Before start checks, master CBs,
Set and checked, no flags in the middle.
cockpit inspection and
So
security.
you can listen in.
Complete.
Mine's complete. Oxygen.
On checked and 100%.
Check this side, 100%. DV windows. Port is closed. Flight control inverters. They're on. Anti-stall systems. Yeah, they're both on. Rad INS switches. Set to radio. Instrument transfer switches. Yep, set my side. Altimeters. 1010. Nav
So obviously it gets everything from the sim as well.
Yeah, they've been set and identified now.
Performance?
Brakes.
Ah, yes, thank you.
Set to park. Nav lights.
They are on.
Throttle masters.
They are set to main.
I didn't bug
Ground height checkout.
things.
Yellow and off.
Take up data.
Fuel heaters.
Auto.
And
Engine recirc valves.
bug it.
Shut.
Secondary air doors.
I forgot to bug everything.
Checked. Batteries.
My bad.
They are on.
The INSs. Right then. Present position from the book.
So now he's going to go through the points where we actually are.
51276. West 267. And now looking at the first four. Waypoint 1.
So now he's going to go through all the waypoints. Well, the first 4 waypoints, as he said. Just double checking.
West 52.
So we can go over here.
Waypoint 2. North 51295.
So he's doing this one. Compton.
West 0113. 1. Waypoint 3. North
Heathrow ground, 3
51351.
ready for pushing to start, stand 525.
West 01393. Waypoint 4. North 51368.
Pushing to our approved, station on 3,
West
842, Papa.
02032. That's all checked. Down to 0. Ready for nav.
Nav on 1.
Your lights
2.
going out.
3. The ready nav lights are out.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
Loading checked. Nav mode mix.
ASI bugs and pitch index. I've got 159, 197, 220, 259, 250, and a pitch
So he's
index
read
of
everything there.
13 degrees.
And he's
Fuel
read what's
flow
on
and
here.
P7 bugs.
Those who talk about what the
Do
engines
you
are set
agree with
to.
these figures? 205, 201, and back there 393, 389.
That's all over
Yep, they
here.
look good.
Okay, good. That cross checks.
That's here, 393.
Clock and TLA
389.
bugs. 73 seconds, which is 1 minute 13. Set
Which is
both
here.
sides, cross-checked. Right, briefing is next. Okay, so we're departing off 27 right, standard left-hand seat departure via Compton. Straight ahead to intercept the London 256 radial,
Which is
climbing
here.
to 6,000 feet
Which
to
is
cross
here.
Woodley at 4,000 feet or above. We'll take 2% on the power at London 7 DME. The safety height within 25 miles is 2,300 feet, and at top of climb is 3,300 feet, so we'll use 3,300 feet. We'll stop for the usual emergency items that we'd stop for, come to rest on the runway, make sure we monitor everybody and do the correct drills. We'll then agree a diagnosis and actions between us. If we're happy, we'll vacate the runway. If not, we'll call for assistance. If we have an emergency after V1 and it's to do with the engines, I'll ask for contingency power. We'll rotate in the normal way, and then we'll agree a diagnosis between us and run the checklists. If we need an immediate return, we'll circle around. Otherwise, we'll fly away to dump fuel and then come back. All happy?
Yep, that's all understood.
Okay, that brings us down to the line, waiting for the load sheet.
Perfect. So that's the initial. That's down to the line, as it were, like in the Airbus. So basically, we're now ready for the final load sheet, which we've just got when the boarding was complete. So now I'm gonna obviously, you can let it run the whole way through, but obviously because I'm waiting for people to push, I only did half the jet list. So Tony, you asked a good point about. Yeah, so Riyadh's responded. It depends on the departure you're doing. So obviously if it's 27 left, it will talk about 27 left. If it's 27 right, as we are, it talks about 27 right. On 09 right, it will talk about the right turn, 220 degrees, and all that lovely stuff. Obviously, it says what you should be doing. If you've not set that in your AFCS, it doesn't care. It's setting what you should be doing. So obviously, and then again, New York's got all the departures, everything like that. It reads it all. Yeah, Concorde is the effectively the first ever. That's correct. You're here by multiple sounds in here. Right, let's see what's going on out here.
Sorry, say that,
Oh, we have another sub. It's Max. Maxi Max. Considering I'm gifting it to Max. Thank you very much. Very kind, Max, if you're here. Oh, he is here. Hello, Max. Long time no speak. Again. Hope you're well. So we got one of the Concordes taxiing out. And Gerald, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub as well. Very, very kind. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait for Martin to finish his push. We'll get our engine start and then we'll get going. Because we've been on the ground for an hour now. We've been streaming for an hour and we haven't pushed yet. Riyadh's breaking things as usual. Check the wings for ice. There's definitely no ice. It's a nice evening here in the UK. There's no ice on those wings. I'm not Fraser. So scenery, I'm using the Aerosoft, the old Aerosoft EGLL scenery. The what is it now? It's the Sidwings one. I can't remember what the full name is. It was hot in Texas. It was hot. I can imagine it got hotter as well. Yeah, that's fairly standard for Texas to get silly hot. Although I have edited the scenery very slightly. You may notice there's an aircraft missing over here. Or like, it should be here, but it's not. Where's it gone? Oh wait, that's because they're still flying. I stole it. Yes, we're currently flying on. Yeah, it's not in a great state, is it? So is the hat. What hat? What the one? The one on my the mask behind. Yeah, I'll know when Martin's done because it's when engine 1 starts. I will see that nose drop. Yes, I do feel sorry for controllers. They're going to have a lot and lot of Concords. They do with us enough, so... The reason I'm not starting now is because you need a good separation between aircraft on the supersonic track, usually about 12 minutes. So I'm not in a rush, so obviously these two are going out, so...
Okay. Seabird 842 Papa, ready for taxi.
Riyadh's crossing now.
Seabird 842 Papa, taxi.
Right, nose is going down now, so I can tell his engine when it started, so I can start talking about getting a R-start clearance. Right, let's get back in here. What was the squawk agreement? I didn't actually set it. 1071. 1071. There we are. So let's talk to them. Let's get the 80s is Juliet.
Was that on the
Ground, a very good evening. Speaker Concorde 3, stand 41 with Juliet, QNH 1010 requesting start clearance. Start approved, Speaker Concorde 3. Cool, so we can start clearance. We can do the usual thing that you do a GSX in an FSLabs aircraft, so we can knock this to int. It's going to ask, do a pushback? We do. Nope, don't want that, go away. Don't press it twice. You can just close the window, it's fine. Wait for GSX to do its stuff. And then everything should start flowing now. Doing it. So the aircraft will then get into a start mode. The VFE will start doing his stuff. Waiting to hear when Riyadh gets to the runway, basically. So, yeah, so what we're expecting now is the bottom half of the checklist for the start, and then they'll start engines 3, then 2 on stand, which basically gives us gives us power. There goes Martin, he's going to taxi. Yeah, they'll start the 2 engines on stand, get the hydraulics on, and then we'll push. It is a very loud, all the avionics fans and stuff, it's a very loud place to be, the flight deck. There we are, so we're wanting to push into the Victor cul-de-sac. So hopefully now everything should start kicking in.
Okay, ready to continue with the
There we are.
checklist?
Load sheet.
Checked.
0 fuel weight, 0 fuel CG.
88, 0. 52, 46.
Fuel remain aircraft weight.
91, 103. 179, 2, 89.
So he's obviously reading all the fuel figures, all the gross weight stuff.
Load
Again, it's all
limits.
dynamic.
They are set for a transfer.
Start clearance we've got. Door lights.
All out.
Some things we have to do, like this, where we have to press the recall button.
Has been recalled and checked.
So he wants
Collision
so we have to do some things.
Throttles.
Idle.
Engine feed pumps.
They are on.
Okay, let's get the clearance to start.
Flight deck ground.
Hello.
We're ready to start if you can give us the pressure and the clearance.
Okay, coming up.
So we'll see ground air coming in. There's plugging in ground air so we can
Ready to
start
start
our
engine
engines.
3.
All clear.
Starting 3 now.
And then we'll start to see the engine dial start to increase. Just about here in the background as well, because the cabin door is open. You can hear Hannah doing she's doing the
We're finished
welcome
with the
aboard
air
PA.
on the right-hand side.
Which again, you can change. So obviously with me, I'm simulating before, obviously 2001, so the cockpit door is still open. But you can close that and everything as usual is muted in the cabin, or at least muffled. So obviously stuff's clicking over, so you get obviously the initial sort of GPWS test.
Hydraulics coming online now.
So
We're
he's
ready to start number 2.
start number 2.
Okay, clear to start.
Squid Dog is definitely something you've got to read a manual for, so if you count as reading a manual for your flight at study level, it's pretty close. Is that starting away?
We're finished with the ground air. You can take the ground electrics away.
So he's pretty much ready to go. Riyadh is... has he gone already? Let's see where he is. Oh no, he's ready to go.
Number 3, number 2 engine.
They are running.
Now we're going to see
Hydraulics.
Riyadh go.
It is checked.
Hello, ground. Please make sure the ground equipment's clear. We're cleared to push back when you're ready. Call for brakes release.
Okay, thanks.
Is Riyadh actually going to go it so I don't have to wait?
All clear. Parking brake set to release.
Alright, he's telling me to release the brakes. Go Riyadh, go! Of course he always forgets the before takeoff checklist. Martin's on his way out. I'm just burning fuel right now. Ah, there he goes. He's on his way. Reheats are on. Oh, and lovely smoke coming out the back. Greta wouldn't be happy, no. Oh, and he's turned the landing lights on. Bit late, Riyadh. You don't turn them on while you're taking off normally. He's using a lot of the runway. Oh, there he goes. He's a heavy, heavy, heavy aircraft. Yeah, they paid for the runway. He's using all the runway. Very nice. Right, let's get going. Right, so release the brakes.
Okay, brakes released at time 1842.
Thank you.
Visors coming down.
Visor down.
7 right.
Oh, bugger. I need to actually request start. That would help.
Taxi via Lido, taking the right Bravo.
We'd have asked. So we've got 3, 4, 2, 1. Request push and start. Push that through. See if we got 3. But then I'd already asked. Right, so there's delightful push because it's right in the corner. Right, turn the transponder on. So it looks like we're going to be facing the wrong way. We're not. It's because of where this stand is. You can't just push over there. You need to actually get a bit of a come back in yourself a little bit. Any release dates? There's no release date around yet. Nothing has been said about it. Make my stuff smaller. I can do, yes. It may not like this, but yeah, it's not gonna like this. It's fine. There we are. That'll do for now. I've broken it, but it'll do. There you go, a bit smaller for you. So my face isn't in the way of everything. We're still pushing back, almost there. And a thing which will catch a lot of people out, this next, what I'm going to say next. People will forget this.
Parking brake set to park.
So he's asking for the parking brakes to be set. If I press the usual control period, obviously, to set the brakes, that's emergency. That's not the parking brake, that's the emergency brakes.
Brake set to park.
I have to press it twice.
Number 4.
Okay.
You can release it with just the one press, but to put it on, you need to press it twice. People will forget that. Alright, so now he's starting at number 4, then we'll start number 1. Get everything under that. And then we'll start taxi. What's the difference too? So it's different brake system. Kind of like on the Airbus, we got the normal brakes and the alternate brakes. The normal brakes has like anti-skid and stuff. The emergency brakes are a bit more on the accumulator pressure, and you'll see the brake pressure here move as well. That's like the Airbus. Again, if you stand on the brakes in normal brakes, these won't move, but in alternate brakes, these will move. Show the ignition. Yes, 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 yes.
Number 1.
Okay.
Flamey, flamey. Bit of unspent fuel burning up there. Greta would not be pleased. That's what I tried to do for number 3, but number 2 I should say, but I was too late. Yeah, Greta won't be happy. Smoky, smoky.
Number 4, number 1 engine.
They are running.
Pushback checklist complete. Nose wheel steering. Okay, let's check this side. Flight controls, AFCS, and trims.
I need to do stuff.
They're all
'cause I
checked
haven't
now.
done
Dab and
this.
feel.
Yes, yes, yes. He's going to tell me off because I haven't done it, because I've been concentrating on other things.
Yep, that's all engaged.
I need
Engine
to do
anti-ice,
things
engine
I haven't done
central,
yet. So turn those
It is
on.
on.
I need to start resetting
Brake
these systems
fans.
into the green.
Idle switches.
Do a quick
Set to low.
flight control check it.
Tested and off.
Engine feed pumps.
Because again, you need to do stuff still.
They're all on.
So,
Hydraulics.
and you got to do the flight controls twice. So that's me checking on the green system, and then I'm going to put it into the blue
Checked. Ground
system.
bypass.
So you
Hello,
put it
ground.
into
Please
blue,
make sure the
pre-select
ground
it,
equipment's
press the
clear. We'll look
reset,
for you
which
on the
puts it in the
left-hand
blue
side.
system.
Thanks for your help.
So now
Okay,
visible
have a
blue.
good trip.
So now we'll back
Okay,
again.
thanks. Right. That's the after start checklist complete.
Hi guys, they're all strapped in and fully briefed. It's automatic.
Cool, Hannah's happy. Lovely. And then we'll just check the autopilot's work. So 1, 2, disconnect that. And we'll set our trim, which should be 2.5, which you'll see down here. And you'll hear lots of dinging on the bell. 10, my hands are over here, yeah. 10 dings is 2.5. 1. We know if I get the right thing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we are. That gets us into about 2.5%. So we get directly above it, just about 2.5. Perfect. You can't count. Well, you're buggered then. Lovely. Let's get taxi clearance. Excuse me, Concorde 3, request taxi.
Concorde 3, Roger, do you want 27 right, 27 left?
We'll keep it simple. 27 right, please.
Figure 3, Roger, taxi, Victor, Sierra, 40 Bravo.
Victor, Sierra, hold Sierra Bravo 3, Super Concorde 3. As everyone else has done 27 right, keeps it the same. Right, so we'll put the nose down to 5. We will stand on the brakes, release the brakes, come back on the brakes to the emergency just to check that the pressure works. As you can see, these little needles moving because I'm moving them with my brake pedals. So that shows that works. Brakes are back on, released. So you have to check that both systems are working. It takes a little bit of power to get going, about 80 odd %. There we are, we're on the move. Get some turn off lights on. We are away, we are under our own power, 4 engines running. Get up to 5 knots, then the taxi checklist will start.
Taxi checklist, visor and nose.
Down 5 degrees.
Brakes.
Have been checked and are normal.
Flight instruments.
Checked here, no flags.
Flight controls, EFC.
Yep, they're all in blue and the light is out.
Trims.
2.5 set for takeoff.
Set for takeoff.
This guy coming in now. So obviously at this point the engineer is going to be doing his own things now, moving fuel around, getting the C of G correct. So at the moment we're about 53% and our takeoff is 53.5. So he needs to start moving fuel around. He'll tell you when he's done, and we have to do another check as well. Which hopefully, if there's there is a plane coming in, so we will have to hold and wait for a second. 120525, we're number 3, talk to me. Da, 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 da. 120525. Right, just gets the holding point here. Remember to press it twice. Brakes, brakes again. 120525.
With 255, turn left 2360 degrees, central altitude 3000 feet.
Reverse air shuttle check.
Now we need to do a check while we're waiting. So it's a reverse air shut-off check. So we're checking the reverses work. So put the powers forwards. Idle.
Idle reverse.
Into idle reverse.
And cancel. Seats and
Cancel that.
next.
So you're basically checking the buckets are working as they should in case of anything uncommanded in the air.
Mine's locked, power off and secure.
With 255, turn left 300 degrees, cleared ILS 27 left.
300 ILS 27 left.
That 633 London.
See if I can get a word in now.
London control cap.
Yep, the in-flight reverses are all modelled as they should be.
5,000
That 633.
Takeoff CG switch. It's normal. 53.5%.
034, that 633.
V9 Alpha Hotel, contact ground 121.7.
The taxi checklist is complete.
He's finished.
V9 Alpha Hotel, contact ground 121.7. That 633, flight heading 110 degrees.
He's not listening. I was going to respond there, but...
Feet, QNH 1010.
Flight heading 110, descend to 4,000, that's 633.
Hainan at 414.
We will get a word in.
180 knots.
Tom, it's London. It's busy.
180, Hainan 414.
We would 57 Bravo, route direct to Conan.
Burning precious fuel.
We would 955, contact Gabby direct, still 126.
Yep, burning lovely fuel. All that precious fuel. That's why we put a bit more on.
Shuttle 13, far shot, cleared land 27 left, wind at Heathrow 210 degrees, 11 knots.
Clear land, shuttle 13.
That 633, turn left now.
Busy, busy,
turn
busy.
Left, heading 110 degrees.
Greta will hunt me down.
With 255, speed 160 knots until 40 and 8.
160 knots until 40.
Kind of 414, turn right, heading 180.
I will get a word in.
Turn right heading 180, Hainan 414.
We would 57 Bravo, contact line control 129.425.
Oh yeah, fine. If we'll look down in a second how much it is.
Control 129.445.
2623, contact Gabby direct to 126.825.
126.825, apologies about that, 2623.
That needs to be Concorde 3 holding Sierra Bravo 3.
Through Concorde 3, London Control, roger.
And now we wait. At least he knows we're here now.
London Control, hello, climb now, flight level 180.
Let's know. You still start all 4 engines.
Through Concorde 3, Sierra Bravo 3, cross 27 left.
Sierra 3, cross 27 left, Sierra Concorde 3.
KLM 38, hold November 7.
Go, go, go.
KLM 38, hold November 7. Fox Robin, Speedway 117, holding 217, hello, after 4, clear taking 27 right, 210 degrees 11 knots. Clear take off on 27 right, 217.
Shuttle 13 Foxtrot, clear 27 left.
Shuttle 13 Foxtrot, ground 121.7.
1217, Shuttle 13 Foxtrot.
High 414, turn right, heading 220 degrees.
Turn right heading 220, Highland 414.
A little bit.
Route direct Dover, Delta Victor Romeo. Swiss 255, Finland 27 left, winds for 210 degrees 11 knots.
Wait land 37 left, wind back.
To Concorde 3, taxi right on Alpha, ground 121.7.
Right, Alpha 117, Sierra 3.
Island 414, turn right, heading 240 degrees.
Just keep it going.
240, Highland 414.
And hello again, Super Concorde 3 on Alpha.
Super Concorde 3, she's around hello again, left to 29 Bravo, Titan.
Sorry, confirm that's the link 29 Bravo Hotshot Titan.
Yes.
Okay, we're turning left link 29 to join Bravo, hold Titan, Super Concorde 3. Why didn't you send me by Alpha? I was already on Alpha. Abby Heathen, hello. It's fine, maybe using a bit of our contingency fuel.
Heathrow ground, 007 Papa Yankee, radio check. 007 Papa Yankee, Heathrow ground, 065. Heathrow ground, 007 Papa Yankee, ready to copy AFR to Düsseldorf. 007 Papa Yankee, full aircraft type start. Diagraph A320 and stand number 564.
We have another sub. It's a Mr. Boswood. Thank you, Boswood, for the 15 whole months. Thank you, Boswood. Turn up the engine sounds. I'll turn them a little bit for you.
We're cleared with mission at Bravo Papa 07 Foxtrot launcher. 7 right, squawk 6326.
0525. Okay, bye-bye. We have another sub. Back to London. And now we're back to London, trying to get word in again. And then goes Super Concorde 3, holding Titan.
Concorde 3, hello, 27 right, clear takeoff, 210 degrees left.
27 right, clear takeoff, Super Concorde 3. Right. We'll take this left to go on Alpha 3, and we'll use the full length as usual. There we go. Finally on our way. So, to start the before takeoff checklist, what we need to do, it's getting dark now, so we can actually use them. So we'll
Before
turn
takeoff check, please.
the landing lights on.
Briefing takeoff data.
Okay, no change to the briefing and we're a stopper.
Okay, understood. Landing lights.
They're all on.
Just ding in the cabin just to let them we're going.
Transponder.
Squawking. 1071.
Wheel lights?
Off.
Yep, they're off here. Master warning.
Called. There's nothing there. Inhibited.
He's inhibited.
Takeoff
In case
monitor.
there's any big things.
Armed.
Reheats. Selected.
4 white.
Pitch index.
13 degrees.
Radar.
Right, I'm going to be
It's
top
off.
quiet for this, just because
That's
there's a
the
lot of stuff,
takeoff check.
happening. So very quickly. So enjoy the noise. Is all I say. Enjoy the ride. Lot of oversteer. This is, the nose gear's a long way behind us.
Hello, 221 Hotel, 7204.
Right. Clear for takeoff. Are we ready? As everyone already knows, 3, 2, 1, now. All the noise.
Airspeed building.
Hello, 315 London Shore, hello, Virgin 2 Hotel, Heathrow, descent, flight level 9 and 0, and up by that.
100 knots.
Power set.
Oh, nice sunset.
By that. Fine.
V1.
Delta 1 landing unit from Bridge direct Farmington, descent, flight level 9 and 0, and up by Farmington.
Rotate.
By that.
V2. Positive climb gear coming up.
Charlie Papa,
240 knots.
Identified,
Right, pitching up to maintain 250.
Flight level 80.
3, 2, 1. Noise.
Right, pitching forward again to maintain 250 knots. Right, turning left.
After takeoff checks, please.
Landing gear.
Up, lights off, neutral.
Landing lights.
They're all on.
Master warning.
Recalled.
And we continue on this heading now until 7 miles, and then we'll turn right again.
That's the after takeoff checks complete with the nose, still at 5.
Aha, we're doing as I'm doing a bit. There's a bit more to it. I can't just let it go at the moment. Concorde 3, airborne passing 2,500. Do 945 so we want to take that. Which I'll do very shortly once I turn, basically. Another 0.2 of a mile.
2% on the power.
To the right. Heading directly at Woodley NDB right now. So we're going to roll level now. Get the pitch right. Right there. Let's do that. That. And we can also do that now because we're heading direct. And let's go to the next frequency.
Hello, Kevin, 2 Golf, arrival to Gatwick, 220. Zebra, 2 Golf, descent 220. Confirm, descent 220 now, all wet ready.
Right, we don't need the visor anymore, so we can bring
Nose
that all
coming
up.
up. Visor's coming up.
And how much quieter it's going to get.
Standby, please, radio technical grey on the street, it is very busy.
So much quieter. And a good evening, Speedboat Concorde 3, passing 4,600 for 6,000 Compton 3 knots.
Speedboat Concorde 3, London Control, redirect to Concorde, climb now, flight level 140.
No, 140 at Concorde, Speedboat Concorde 3. So 14,000 is set. Turn the chart light on. So
People 117 under control, climb flight level 290.
Conco is waypoint 4, so let's do that. So waypoint
Zeta 28
04,
Kilo
insert.
Juliet, contact Brussels control 131, correction, contact Paris control 128
very
decimal
loud.
1.
Paris 128.
Lovely.
Throttling 99%.
So
Subject
pitch
6
up
Lima
a
Whiskey,
bit
London
more.
control, fly heading 185.
Just going a little fast. It's fine. We like going fast. Just pitching a little bit more.
Air
just to
Malta
extend it a little
08
bit back.
Charlie X-ray, contact
Throttle
Paris control
101%.
128 decimal 1.
Right, so we are on our way.
Max climb power.
So he's giving us max climb power now.
Your throttles.
And I have controls of the throttles now if I so wish, but I'm going to leave them fully forwards. Right, coming up to 10,000 feet, we're going to pitch back down slightly so we can accelerate up.
Seabird 583, contact London control 120
310
decimal
for
525.
140 with a prime 1010. It's set and I've got 53.3.
It is static.
Right, pitch forwards. That's the wrong way. Pitch forwards.
Seabird 583, contact London control 120
Get the
decimal
speed on, shall we?
525.
Yeah, we'll do an external view in a minute. Don't panic. As I said, there's a lot of more stuff to do in the inside. You can't just leave it to it with your VNav and your LNav. We got kind of technically LNav, but we have to accelerate. There we go.
Easy 73 Kilo Tango, London control, descend flight level 150.
Right, let's go back inside so I can actually deal
Start
with.
station standby. Seabird Concorde 3, climb flight level 150.
150 is 1.3.
Seabird Concorde 3, contact London control 126 decimal 075. Bye bye.
26075, so 1.3. Bye bye.
And Seabird 583.
Right, pitch forward a bit more. Go to 1,000 to go.
Altitude alert 1000 to go.
And good evening, Super Concorde 3, climbing flight level 150 at Conco.
Super Concorde 3, London control, good evening, turn it is
Left
Coming
on
up on
265,
point
request
7.
for the
The
climb
fuel
when
is
able.
just starting
Super Concorde 3.
aft.
Super Concorde 3, point flight level
Level 260, Super Concorde 3. Right, heading 265's there, and 260 is in the window. Perfect. So I'm using a datum switch
going off now.
just to adjust my pitch,
Taxi turn lights.
because we're in pitch hold at the moment. So it's me adjusting stuff to try and aim for a certain pitch.
They're all off.
And then as we approach 400 knots or so, I'm going to press the lovely, just a little bit more, slowly
Climb
accelerating
checks
nicely.
complete. The fuel is running aft.
Right, that's good enough. Press the lovely max climb button, so now it's going to climb at that speed basically, up to 260. Correct, Dean, that's exactly what it is, that's what it's for. So the VFE and the VFO are there, both there to make your life easier, because all that stuff that just happened there, in the old version, if you didn't have anything helping out, you had to do everything. You'd be doing the fuel, you'd be doing the after takeoff checklist, doing everything, as well as talking about to ATC, doing everything like that, thinking about power and everything like that. So no auto throttle on, everything is full power at the moment. Don't touch it until we're actually leveling off at our initial level. We'll then put the auto throttle in to hold the speed. Fix rings, yes. That lovely ND. Where's the ND? The closest you'll get to an ND is the weather radar, which we've not turned on because it's a lovely evening. Yes, this thing you like to climb it in max power. Yeah, literally, just hands here, there, everywhere. Am I on Valanta? I should be. I just haven't.
320 for 260 with a prime 1010 is set, and I've got 54.0.
It's still going out.
You should see me on there now, but I just need to adjust the routing. Let me fix this. Yep, you should see me on Valanta now. So you should see me as on there as Flyboy 29 is what you see me as. No, so the autopilot is you. You control the autopilot. He will twiddle the knobs here, depending on what for some between different waypoints. He will do that just as like a track for him to check. But the autopilot's you. You do the autopilot. And redirects the acceleration point. 2.3. Cool. So acceleration point is waypoint 5. So 0, 5. Insert. Cool. So now direct to the acceleration point, where we start accelerating to Mach 1 and beyond. Hello, I'll accept everyone who adds me. I will do it.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go. Altitude acquire.
So out acquire, we're looking for Mach 0.95. That's 0.94. And we'll engage the auto throttle now, which will then now hold Mach. You probably had a little blip there, so we're right on the edge of VMO. So you kind of, when you're on the edge of it, slightly over it, it blips at you. So yeah, we're holding
5 to 6, all checks out.
Would help if I do it on his side as well, so he's not so confused. Because he's busy with it. Yeah, I can't change his one. He's busy with it at the moment. So there you go. So we're now in out hold. Would help if I press that button. Puts back in INS. It's like a Boeing. You have to remember to put it back in nav. And now we're auto throttle is on, and we're maintaining Mach 0.95. Look at you all saying, INS, INS. I remembered. Luckily, it was only a few degrees. So we've got, yeah, about 6 minutes until we accelerate up. So yeah, on here you can see our ground speed currently 550 odd knots, 55 miles to run. Yeah, we could do that. I may overspeed it, but yeah, we'll do it so we see the reheats. Yes. I'll just get a pitch on and then yeah, I'll go outside and do it. Floodlights though, that's on. You don't need much more than this for now. You can't see anything. Is that because you're blind, apparently? Let's turn some more floods on, shall we? There you go. Bit more. Is that better now for you? Bit brighter. Too bright. I know this is too bright for me, but obviously if you guys want to see a bit more of the dash, then that's too bright. Of course it is. So yes, the dinging you hear is obviously the trim down here dinging along as it retrims itself. I know, exactly. Ding ding, lots of dings for the trim. So yes, it's trimming itself to hold obviously this altitude, this speed. Yes, it will get light again as we go across the Atlantic. Absolutely.
London, good evening. Aircreek 150 with you.
He is a very loud mic. They're clear though, which is good, but very loud. So obviously while all that was going on in the climb, the VFO turned off all the lights. He's also turned off the seatbelt signs. So if we go into the cabin, I will set views in the cabin. So you can hear a bit of noise back here, as you'd expect from an FSLab product now. Kind of clattering on the china plates with the knives and forks eating their caviar. But also, if you may have noticed, acceleration proved into the block flight level 450 to flight level 600 as we were concentrating. Right. Back here again into the cabin. You may have noticed 500 viewers. Living out. Thank you much, guys. Obviously, I can't see how many viewers I've got because I've actually looked. Does anyone notice on the overhead? Ignore the clipping. Good old P3 for that. What's turned off? What's modelled in? So all the signs are actually modelled correctly, which is pretty good for P3D, I think.
21 Lima arrival. Just to let you know, we have got the updated air wrap on board today.
Yeah, you can obviously see the screen starting to work here. So Mach 0.95, 26,000 feet. It's already pretty cold outside. So this is obviously updating every few seconds with stuff that's changing. Obviously at the moment we're fairly stable, so it's not going to change much. Back in the flight deck. So another just under 2.5 minutes to go until we accelerate. Yeah, Scott, I'm the same. I grew up in Swindon, so I was used to hearing it coming over every day. So yeah, it was really always really nice. Turn off the notification. We could do. Moz, I don't even know what that livery looks like. I'm going to guess not, as it wasn't on a real Concorde, I guess. Yeah, I just noticed that. I'll fix that. I just noticed it was laggy. I'll fix it. Right. Bye, Azouge. Enjoy your stream. Alright, just over a minute. And then we'll go outside. Oh, I'm gonna try and I'll fix my camera once we're going. Because I know it's lagging.
10 miles.
Right. Wind up to 60k. Ready for Excel.
Stand by, do want to stop.
5 miles.
I'm going to be naughty the way I do this, just because I want to show you the reheats coming on. Because I will press max climb, which I technically should do it in pitch, but...
What I could do, I can manually enter the waypoint for Monty and Kegel.
2.
However, we haven't got Pepsi.
1.
Yeah, we've got 2 Bravo and
right,
2
he's going to pitch up. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go in here. Are you ready?
Input reheat selected. Output selected.
Oh yes. Away we go. There we are. We're on our way. Reheats are on. We're at Mach 0.98 already. 99. Are you ready? Just see the shockwave just passing over the aircraft. Oh, oh.
Mach 1.
Mach 1.
Mach 1.
We're through the sound barrier. The shockwave has moved past the aircraft.
They're all off.
Mach 1 checks complete. 55, 2, going aft.
We are on our way. We're through the sound barrier. So that's now going to continue slowly. The first little bit is really draggy. There's a lot of drag in the first bit of the, just above Mach 1. Once you're through Mach kind of 1.08, Mach 1.1, the drag falls off a little bit. Yeah, ignore the QNH.
Through 30 up to 60, no prime, 1013 is set, and I've got 55.4.
1030 set. I don't know what you're about.
Going aft.
How much fuel are we using right now? Yeah, you ask how much fuel. So currently we are using. So that is 13 tons of fuel in each engine per hour. 13 tons. It's basically 50 odd tons of fuel we're burning an hour right now. it uses a little bit of fuel. But Greta would not be happy. I think we need a Greta remote, just kind of like, she would not be happy. Bonkers amount of fuel. Would help if I actually press that button.
That's free, you need to, right?
Right, so what else can we show you while we're doing all this? So yeah, so you can see all the little things on the overhead while we're extending away, so you can see all the detail they've gone into. Everything is modern and works. All the individual switches. You guys won't be no smoke and sign off, so we just turn it off. Don't need to smoke. We can smoke away. Against the cabin, we can do now. Check the FD. It's in the, no, I was jumping. Oh yeah, because the engine.
Secondary nozzles are
I
looking
knocked the
good.
throttle
56,
slightly.
0, going aft.
So you can see what's different about the sound now. It's all very quiet now because the engine noise is obviously going that way very quickly, like behind us. So they're way out in the Bristol Channel. You can't really see it. We're well out there. There's obviously the northern coast of Devon down here. Wales is under cloud. Fairly standard for Wales. Shall we move behind us, shall we? So we're right on the edge of the shockwave here. Right on the edge of it. It's all behind us. All that heat. Does look nice. Flyby, I should say. Here comes. We probably won't get to 600. No, very rare they did. Sonic booms, we love them. Yep, we're gonna hear it again. Hang on, I'll turn it up. Very nice. That's what we're doing. 1.3 currently. How long have we been going? 5 minutes. That's not too bad. One more time. Okay, one more time. One more time.
1.3 Mach.
pretty.
The ramps are all modulating.
He's obviously still busy.
1.3 checks complete. 56. 8 going aft.
Side here. So you can see. Oh look, the no smoking sign's gone off. So now where's all the smoke? And you want to see rank numbers increasing. That's mad, isn't it? Air comes crash. And he wants to see if we can get ramps. I do need to make more views outside. There we go. Turn that out slightly. They'll obviously move around inside and out there just to move the shockwave basically to go away. So loud. Can't hear me. I was gonna say those ramps move around. Yes, yes, they do move around during the flight. Obviously during the acceleration and stuff. It's very loud back there. Let's get back inside. So we're already approaching about 1.5. Oh, it was a lot. Yeah, it was a long term before Airbus. Like you think that this was flying in the obviously the 70s.
It's still going aft.
Don't ask. I don't know. I'm gonna try and fix that. I'll try and reload it. Better. It's not lagging as much now. Better. 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 What's the reheat? We're not at 1.7 yet. We can look at here. 804 right now. So yeah, the VFO will do stuff. As you can probably see, he's already tuned up Cork, so he's already updating. Indicated by the RNAV light there. I could actually help him out by doing one as well, so I could do 1142, which is Land's End, which we still have, so I can do that as well. So we can get down here, waypoint, right click 7 and 9, and it's waypoint 2 for Land's End. So we'll update off Land's End as well. So we have 2 points to update off. So there you go. So I should have my light on now. There we are. So we're updating off mine and VFOs. You want to see all the waypoint stuff? We'll do that in a second. Just waiting to get to 1.7, which is very shortly. Which is when the reheats turn off. So actually we'll do this. Yeah. Approaching 1.7.
Coming up on Mach 1.7. Inboard's going off. Outboards are off. 9 minutes 41 on the reheats. AFCS.
Right, I don't know if that was Thingy trying to talk to me.
7 going aft.
It probably was. Is he going to say, was you trying to talk to me?
Yes, Johnny, I can see you looking at the camera. Stop it. Continue with Unicom 122 decimal 8, mate. Have a good flight.
Unicom, bye-bye. Super Concorde 3. Have a good night, Trevor.
Take care.
Oh, very nice of Trevor to come on. I know he's very excited to be getting this as well. Right, 22 distant late. Onto Unicom. I couldn't hear him over the sound of the reheats outside. Right. Fuel flow is reduced now. Yep, because the reheats are off. So now we're only burning 24 tons of fuel. Sorry, 32 tons of fuel an hour. instead of 50. So now we're into Super Cruise. So again, leaving the engines at full throttle. We're accelerating nicely through here. Yeah, they wear off quickly, yeah. But the space shuttle obviously was going hypersonic, so it's a bit different. This thing isn't hypersonic aircraft. Ramp gauges. So yeah, so you can see all the ramps down here. See the lower ones obviously are 0% right now. And the sorry, the spill doors are closed, and the ramps are currently about 55%. Yes, it did have a glide ratio of brake too, yeah. There you go. So that's the ramps and the spill doors there. Right. Nathaniel wants to know about how I knew it was waypoint 2. The reason I know it's waypoint 2, one, because I've done this flight about 1 million times, and two, to look at the frequencies. So if I'm on waypoint 0 at the moment, so if I change this, so right click 3, right click 9. I can go through the card that the DME has. So 1146 is Cork, which is what the FO is currently on, 1146. Waypoint 2 is Land's End, which is obviously what I'm on, if I get the right angle, 1142. And then we can go through all of them. 1127, 149, 1151, and basically it goes all the way through the flight. You'll be updating off different things, up to obviously waypoint 9, which if I remember correctly, that's Kennedy. Aiden, hello! Yeah, so that's how you see that, and then to get out of this, you can knock it into position, then back to distance, time, waypoint, whatever you want to be doing. We don't need this anymore, we've taken off, so we can get rid of that. Cool. So actually, well, things are starting to fill out now. All that navlog I was showing you earlier, Mr. VFO is filling it out very nicely for me and handing it obviously across back to me. We can see how we're doing. So we can see the times that we're passing things, the times we're expecting to get to the next bit. So obviously Leslie, which we just passed, we were expecting to cross at 3.0. We actually passed at 2.9. Passed it at 4.38. We're expecting to get to Sierra Mike 15 West, which is obviously the supersonic tracks for which Concorde used. We're expecting to get there at time 1943, so in about 11 minutes or so. He's checking obviously all the positions and stuff, checking everything, like the distance between the points are correct. We had 70 tons of fuel on board when we got to Leslie. Fuel to destination's 55 tons, which means we have 14.9 tons we're expecting to have when we get to New York. We were initially expecting to arrive with 12.7. So obviously we were pretty good at the fuel, because obviously we took off with the fuel at 89.4 we departed with. So we used a tiny bit of the contingency, but only 200 kilos of it. So this is why, Nathaniel shush, but this is why we put a little bit extra. Obviously, by default, the FSLabs does 1,000 kilos. Obviously, normally they'll take 1,400 on a normal day at Heathrow. So it's up to you, but this is why you need to think about taxi fuel. Because if you don't take enough, you may be having to go back to stand if you start eating in too much into your contingency fuel. Because the last thing you want to do is take off, have no contingency fuel, and then have a delayed acceleration from London because there's another plane or anything sort of like that. You have to be really careful about your fuel in this. And then you also think about, if you take extra fuel, you can obviously add fuel extra on top, which I didn't because I didn't need it. If you take extra fuel, you can, with the extra fuel, if you put 3 tons of extra fuel on, only half of that you'll technically be able to use, because the extra weight you're putting on means you're going to burn more fuel, obviously. So actually, you only make 3 tons on, you'd actually only burn a ton and a bit. Tom, you can use it once you've pushed. If you're on the stand and you kind of obviously push back with it, but you can use it because there are as many times you will use more than your taxi fuel. That's the whole point of contingency. It can be burnt. It is there to be burnt, basically. Right, so what are we at? 1.87. Once we get to Mach 2, I'll see if Andy is around. You're not allowed to plan to use it. You can't just go, oh yeah, we're going to take it because we know we're going to use it. Like, things happen. Like, obviously, my taxiing in Heathrow, I was delayed at the holding point for a little while. So, I had contingency fuel, which I could eat into slightly. Just turn the fuel pumps off. Yes, that'll work, right? We're not in the Aerosoft, the 318 anymore, where you could just do that to get across the Atlantic. Yes. Where's Andy? He is around. He should be basically, I'm going to give him a call in a bit. He's going to be joining on the stream very shortly, obviously. So, those who don't know, Andy Wilson, this is one of the main developers at FSLabs. He's going to come on and have a chat with us, answer questions that you may have. He should be in the chat now. He should be in the chat. You said he would watch. I did see him around earlier. But yeah, we'll have a chat with him, and you can ask what you want about the aircraft, about FSLabs, whatever. But we'll wait until we get to Mach 2, and we'll go from there, really. Yeah, aviation fuel rules are mad. He doesn't stream? No, he doesn't stream. He doesn't stream. Sun is already rising. It's already getting lighter outside again. We're catching the sun up. Trying to think what else to say now about what I've done. So when we got to 1.7, you may notice I turned an auto throttle on right now. It's not actually doing anything right now. It's just you arm it, because when you get to Mach 2, it goes into max cruise mode. So basically it limits your climber to about 600 feet a minute or so. At that point, if you were climbing at 600 feet a minute, and I will, Martin, don't worry. If you were climbing and you get past Mach 2.02, the auto throttle will kick in and bring the power slightly back just to get it back to Mach 2, and then it will go into sleep mode again, basically. It tries to keep your speed, because obviously you're limited to 600 feet. How do you calculate your optimum flight level? There are charts and stuff which you can do it. Obviously, the HP little computer thing, it calculates it for you as well. Martin wants me to look at the EO panel. Let's turn some lights on for him. So you can see he's in aft trim at the moment. Fuel is still moving back. We have the 5A and 7A are currently pumping fuel into tanks 5 and 7. So they're at the wingtips, basically. 5A and 7A are out on the wingtips. So you need that when you take off. You need that fuel in the wingtips. For landing, you don't want that there. So currently we've got no fuel in the front end. Tanks 9 and 10, we got no fuel in there right now. Tank 11, 10 and a half, which is what we started with. This sort of stuff, pushed, especially in aircraft, pushed all this sort of computers forward. Having to do everything like that, and obviously with the ramps and the engines and everything like that. It will fight you back, yes. If you start messing around with it, it'll be like, what are you doing? So while this is happening like this, the fuel goes slightly further aft and stuff. And obviously, one thing I'll say as well, for aft trim, you may notice that tanks 1 and 4, the collectors, collector 1 and 4, which obviously feed the engines, there is less fuel in them. Because those tanks are further forwards, it takes fuel out of them to push the CFG backwards. So it takes a little bit out of tanks 1 and 4, collectors 1 and 4 for that. And then at some point in flight, when you get obviously to a lower fuel, you put this back into norm, and then it fills them back up. So how do we insert? So everything is automatic, pretty much, Manchester. So if I bring this up now, it's all through this lovely gadget, the good old HP 200LX. So when you load all the route and stuff, it does everything for you like that. You can obviously see what the fuel load was, basically, or what it is now, basically. You can do like performance calculations. So you're asking about optimum cruise. We can go in here and it tells you right now that your optimum supersonic is 49.7 because obviously we're still heavy. And then the optimum subsonic is 27.7, so quite low because we're so heavy still. And there's, yeah, all sorts of calculations you can do. You can do takeoff stuff, acceleration, optimum, decel, descent, landing stuff. You can do it all in here. It's very, very, very useful. Mr. Kirby, yes, thank you, Mr. Kirby. Was he an engineer or was he a pilot? I can't remember what Mr. Kirby was. The fellow, well, we can ask Mr. Andy when he comes on very shortly. As he messaged me on Discord. Okay, he said he can join whenever, but that was obviously 2 hours ago when I started streaming. So, engineer, there we are. He was an engineer. It would make sense because it was all the clever stuff to do with the engineer stuff. Right, almost at Mach 2 now. Should we be in the cabin or do you want to be here when we hit Mach 2? You want to be so we can watch either this speed or the one in the cabin. Cabin. Cockpit, outside, cabin. Everyone's doing for different things. Well, Nathaniel was first for once, so we'll do cabin. Don't know who on earth that is at miles above me. I'll have a look at who that is shortly. Where's that spy? Oh, it's Rayford. Of course it is. There we are, back 2. 2.00. Nice. Oh, camera, there we are. Only a flight of 500, indeed we are. Right. Engineer is pretty much done, I think. I think most of it... He's still just waiting for the 5A and 7A will empty over time. Right. Checkout would be very cool in this, yes, I agree. Is this relatively easy to fly for someone who isn't isn't incompetent, but not actually exactly competent? There will be there is a tutorial flight which comes with this, which will try and take you through as simply as it can. Obviously that's I would say if anyone's picking this up, even if you had the old Concorde, I'd read through it, because this is on another level to the old Concorde X. Like, the amount of stuff that's simulated in this, you would not have thought of in Concorde X. So there is a nice tutorial that you can read through. One of the testers on the team, he wrote it. He's a fountain of knowledge on Concorde. He is very, very good, very knowledgeable, and he's written it really nicely. It's this route, so it is Speedbird 1, so from Heathrow to JFK, and it takes you through everything. Cool. Let me turn down this very slightly, a little bit, so we can talk to Mr. Andy. Right, let me see if he's around. Aha, yes, he is there. He has messaged me. Right, let us start a voice call, and you can tell me if you can hear him.
Cruise rating going in. The transonic checklist is complete. We've got 58. Steady.
There we are. So the engineer's finished with all, obviously his transonic checklist, so that's all done now. Yeah, probably will be, Tony. Right, let's see, shall we?
Hello.
Ooh. Would help if I set... Alright. Hello.
Oh, I can hear you now.
You hear me now?
Yeah, there we go.
Chat, can you hear Andy? Little low. Let's turn you up.
Okay.
How is he now?
Testing. 3, 2, 1 now.
Better.
A little bit louder.
I could do louder. There we are.
Cool.
How are you,
How was your
Andy?
takeoff? I'm alright. How was your takeoff?
I got airborne, which is good.
It was really interesting watching you take off because obviously we've been flying around for 2 or 3 years now.
Yes.
And we usually sit on Discord in voice, but obviously we're all flying our own aircraft on VATSIM. And it was just really weird watching someone else fly it.
Yes, on a screen. Yeah.
Yeah. But what was all this 280 knots below 10 rubbish? Bloody Airbus pilots.
Flying too slowly.
Yeah.
Hey, we're still all right though.
It was it was a nice departure with the sunset. Yeah, it was good.
Right, let's turn me up.
Good.
Right, let's turn you down slightly, turn me up slightly. Right, so those of you in the chat, if you don't know who Andy is, Andy, if you'd like to introduce yourself and what you do at FSLabs.
Yeah, so I've been with FSLabs since Concorde X, which was, is it 13 years? Something like that.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, a long time. I think it was released 13 years ago, so probably longer. Let's say 15 years. Yeah, we did Concorde X, and then we moved on to the Airbus. And then we picked up the Concorde at probably, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago, and then as most people know here, it's sort of been on and off since then, in between various Airbus releases. And then I think we've been working on this full time for 3 years, I think.
It's been a while.
Maybe a bit longer. And yes, so this is our version on P3D, and then moving on to MSFS. Going forward, which we're very excited about.
Yes, definitely. MSFS will be good fun, and yes, it's going to look so nice.
It does look very nice. Yeah.
Oh, really? It looks good in MSFS, does it?
Yeah, it's just we're very excited about the work that the rest of the team have been doing on MSFS. Yeah, it's gonna be. We've got some very exciting times ahead. So it's really nice to get to this point now.
Yes,
where we can get this version out on P3D and start to make some noise, because I know we've been very quiet as a company last few years, and people know what we're like. We just get our heads down and try and work.
It is the FSLabs way,
and get things done, and then just come out with a release. So that's kind of why I think this release has perhaps taken some people by surprise a little bit, that we've pushed things out quickly.
Yes.
And there's been lots of speculation on the forums as to why we're doing that. Really, it's just because we're so busy. It's a small team working on the Concorde, and the rest of the FSL team are busy on the Airbus.
Yeah, of course.
And it's such it's a mammoth project because it's a supersonic aircraft. There's just so much to it. Again, it was like what we found with the Airbus series with the 19 and the 21. When we picked those up, we didn't appreciate how much work was going to go into them. And it was the same with this thing. As soon as you start going down the sort of realism route, you just go down a rabbit hole, really, and it gets more and more complex, and then it takes more and more time to get right and iron out the bugs. But no, I'm glad we've got to this stage, and it's I think we're at a point now where we're really happy with the way it's flying in P3D.
Absolutely,
And I can't wait for people to pick it up and just learn a bit about Concorde, really, because that's what we've tried to achieve with this title. I've been building Concorde sims now for the best part of 30 years. So this is almost, like my life's work.
Yeah, exactly.
We really have just poured all of the resources that we've collected over the last 30 years. And this feels like it's a really good opportunity now to bring everything together. And put it into a simulation that everyone can enjoy, and learn about the aircraft and actually how it was flown as a 3-person crew. That's one aspect that I wanted to sort of really put into this title. When we picked it up, I think I spoke about some of this in an announcement. We picked up this new Concorde, having done I think it was the 321. And we put a lot of interaction into the 321 with GSX and the EFB, and It was what was it? It was after the ATSU, so a lot of integration was in the ATSU with GSX, with VATSIM, with SimBrief, and all of that stuff. And then when I picked up Concorde X and tried to fly it across the Atlantic, it was a nightmare. It was just it was so difficult. And I just thought, well, why is that? And I spoke to some Concorde pilots, and they just said, well, the biggest difference was it's a 3-person crew. And then, of course, all the information that was in the ATSU and in SimBrief and things like that, they said we had that, but it was just in paper format. It was in our laps rather than on a screen.
Yeah.
So that's where I kind of got the idea that we take a lot of the infrastructure from the Airbus, put it into the Concorde, but sort of simulate it in paper format rather than behind an EFB or in an ATSU module on the FMGS, something like that. So I think it's worked really well. It's different, and I think a lot of aircraft in the market at the moment are sort of primarily Airbus and 737s. And this is really sort of a throwback to the sort of 70s, 80s, and 90s, where there wasn't a green or magenta line. It was all raw data, paperwork,
absolutely.
Thinking ahead. Really planning what you're going to do, situational awareness, things like that. And it's just something really different. And I think that's what's going to captivate a lot of users. It's something really enjoyable to get your teeth into. It's not something you can jump into and fly straight away. But I don't think there's enjoyment in that. I think if you can pick something up and study it and do a flight across the Atlantic, and if something goes wrong, well, you do the flight back the next day, and it's not something people will pick up and get bored with. It's an investment. And people will learn the procedures and hopefully learn a bit more about aviation and flying. And I'm really pleased with the way it's all panned out. Excited for people to grab it and have a look and hear what they think.
Absolutely, yeah. So some people already said that obviously you got to appease Ray with everything. Obviously, for those of you who don't know who Ray is, I'm surprised you don't if you know anything about Concorde. You'll see him in many forums asking about the next FSLabs Concorde product. He's always waiting.
And that's the really nice thing. There's so many people in the community that are still around that have picked up every sort of iteration of a Concorde sim that I've done over the last 20, 30 years. And it's really nice to sort of take that journey with people in the community. And I know the community has sort of really expanded over the last few years.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But it wasn't always that big. It was all, it was a sort of niche group of enthusiasts. And we'd all go to flight sim shows, and you'd meet the same people. And it's nice that that's sort of still around, I think. And hopefully it'll go forward and it'll just become, an even bigger place for everyone to socialize and to share ideas and move forward. So yes, I think it's really exciting at the moment. I think everyone shares the excitement in the community at the moment. It feels like it's really moving places that people have wanted it to go for years.
Oh yeah, a lot more money behind it. Yeah, as you say, like much more publicity with it all. It's lovely.
It does feel like it's taking off. So excuse the pun. So it's exciting. It's exciting, and I'm excited that we get an opportunity to deliver something like this for our P3D customers. But like I said, we're also very excited about moving forward and sharing what's been going on behind the scenes in the not too distant future as well. So exciting times.
What do you think? I'm trying to think. What's your favourite feature with this new Concorde? Have you got a favourite?
I don't know why. I really like the charts. They came out really well.
The charts did come out very well, yes.
Yeah, I was really pleased with that because I have these ideas and they usually come to me in the shower in the morning because it just seems like I'm sort of wide awake there and I'm raring to go and all these ideas come to me and I just thought, well, why can't we create an air rad chart? And I started knocking some stuff together and it started coming out pretty well. And then I think it was someone on the beta team and they said, well, that looks great, but could you consider doing something for Air France? And then someone else said, could you consider doing the old style charts that Brie used to fly with? But luckily,
Yes.
because they're all dynamically created, it was really easy to do. So
That's
I
good.
think they've come out really well. I really like the charts, and I really like. I think you were highlighting some of the details on them at the start of the stream, where we've got the sort of minimum fuel back into Heathrow and Shannon and Prestwick and stuff like that. But also the Volmet. Have you showed them Volmet yet?
I haven't yet. I will be showing it off. Yeah, I'll show off in a little bit.
Okay. So that, I think that is also, it's weird because it's not really much to do with Concorde, but they used it a lot because they don't have data link or ATSU. They were obviously very reliant on Volmet. So VHF, HF Volmet is where you dial up on the radio broadcasting station that is just repeating various airports and the weather at that airport. And that's what the Concorde crews would do as they were crossing the Atlantic. They tune into Shannon on HF, or they tune into Gander or New York further along and get the weather. They get the weather for Heathrow, I think, because they had to turn back, and they get the weather for New York, and their diversion fields as well. Yeah, and I was really into sort of listening to HF when I was sort of a kid growing up, and I used to follow Concordes on HF crossing the Atlantic, and you could hear them calling to Shamwick and Gander. And I just thought it'd be really cool to try and simulate at least the Volmet aspect of that. That worked out. That worked out really well as well. So, do you want me to share some of the details now, or are you going to do it a bit later?
Sure. No, if you want to, be my guest.
In true sort of FSLabs style, we've taken it quite far, and basically on the I don't know if you want to show a chart briefly while I'm talking about it. But you could the way HF works is it bounces radio waves off the ionosphere. I think that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And depending on the time of day, the different frequency of the radio waves will either propagate through the ionosphere or they'll bounce and come back down. And that's how HF works. The radio waves sort of bounce underneath this sort of dome, if you like. And that's why there are different frequencies listed on the Volmet charts, on the maps. And so we've simulated that. So depending on the time of day that you're flying, if you're flying at night, you need to tune into is it the lower frequency?
Yes, the lower frequency,
Yeah. And then if you're flying in the daytime, the signal will be stronger if you tune into a high frequency. So there's that aspect of it. And then also the times of the Volmet. You can see on the chart there that it lists different times for different airports. So obviously if you're flying eastbound and you want to pick up weather for Heathrow, you check out what times they're broadcast, and then you can tune in and pick up the weather for Heathrow. And then if it was a southerly wind or something, or if the winds were kicking around in that direction, you probably be able to work out whether they were on the easterlies or the westerlies. So it's things like that. So it's just it's a different a different era. So a lot of people playing simming P3D and MSFS these days are sort of very used to the sort of data link capabilities of being able to request METAR and taps and things like that through the MUCDU. This just felt like as a very sort of cool feature, as a throwback to 70s, 80s and 90s flying, where those technologies weren't available, and all the crews had to do was sort of use these Volmets. And when you're in the middle of the Atlantic, there were all these different elements that you had to think about as well, just to get a weather report. So things like that we just wanted to put in and make the sort of crossing, just different, just something different to think about. And it's not just for the Atlantic. I think we've done. I think we've done
the whole world, haven't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have. Once you do one, it's quite easy to put them all in. So we have. So on the especially.
We got 5 minutes until the Heathrow one should be on, so I could get tuned up ready to hopefully hear it. Let me see what frequency we. Let's try 5505. Let's tune that in.
Okay. Yeah, because I think we've used them quite a lot going down to Singapore out of Bahrain as well. That's quite a good one to tune into the Asia HF Volmet. yeah, it's just a really nice little feature. So I think that and the maps and obviously the virtual crew systems worked out really well.
Yeah.
And it's transformed the way that we fly this, and I'm really excited to see what people think of that and how they get on with it. It's just, yeah, it transports the user into a sort of 3-crew environment, which is something a bit different. I know there's FS2 crew and things like this that have been doing it for years, but it's quite nice putting it into a Concorde and having a 3-crew environment to work in.
Yeah.
And it does make a huge difference. So yeah, it's been a fun project to work on.
Yes, definitely. We can just about hear on that frequency. Let's try one of the other ones. If chat, can you hear the? I'll turn the sim up a bit more. Can you hear the Volmet? It's quiet. It is quiet. That's the thing. I need to find a clearer one. 8957. Let's try that one.
It's dusk, isn't it? So it's going to be.
Yeah, more the night one.
It's a funny time of day to do it.
Yeah, 8957. We'll try.
In between bands at the moment. Have you heard the radio station on there yet?
No, I haven't. I didn't know you'd modeled that.
Yeah, I know. Again, in typical FSLabs style, we've taken it a bit too far. There's interference on different frequencies as there is on HF, and I think one of the interference things we've got on there is a random radio station. So I'm sure people have fun trying to find that.
It's 3417, wasn't it? No, 3413.
The Gander one will be clear when you when you pass Gander.
Yeah, we're just too far away from Shannon's.
Yeah.
Let's try the Gander.
I think you're too far from Gander at the moment. You're sort of in this middle ground.
The horrible middle ground. Yeah.
Try it when we go past Gander.
Yeah, try the last frequency. 13264. Like, yeah, you can't do that one, I don't think. Oh, you can. One, 3, 2, 6, 4. No, we're in that proper dead zone.
Yeah.
Typical.
Okay. Try again with Gander.
Yeah, we'll try again later on. But yeah, it's all in there. It's all in there. It's mental. And then you've obviously done the VHF ones as well as the HF ones, haven't you?
Yeah, so they're really handy when you're coming off Bahrain back into Heathrow.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one the first one that broadcast Heathrow. I think it's Geneva. And it's so it's just little features like
little
that.
Things, yeah, because obviously,
they all add up.
they didn't have, as you say, they didn't have an ATSU, they didn't have anything like that, so yeah, they couldn't just request it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's all about that.
And that's the thing about this aircraft. They never sat still. They were always thinking, right, if we lose an engine, if we lose 2 engines, where are we going to go to? What's the weather like down there? It was constantly forward thinking because this thing was traveling so fast. And like you've got now, if you have a look at the ETOPS chart, it's got today's NAT tracks printed on it because they had to be aware of where the NAT tracks were. If they had an engine failure, they needed to know if they were going to descend into a NAT track. So if you look, you've got the east. I think those are the eastbound NAT tracks for tonight.
Yeah.
And they would have had to be aware of that. If they would have had to do an emergency descent, if they had an intake ramp failure, they would have gone down pretty quickly. And I think back in the day, the NAT tracks were spaced a lot further apart, weren't they?
Yes, they are very tightly in now.
They kind of worked out where they could come off the Sierra Mike or Sierra November airway and then descend in between 2 tracks. But I think now they're a lot more tighter together. So I don't know what they do.
A lot more random routing nowadays as well.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's another thing I like, the tactical planning as well. That was quite a lot of work. It takes into account all of the 2 and 3 engine tables, basically, for performance, and then it has a look at all of the alternates that were used for different routes, and then it goes off and it calculates at each sort of segment across the route how much fuel it needs on 2 engines or 3 engines to get to each of those airfields.
Yeah.
And then obviously these are points of no return. So I think, what are we coming up to 30 west? So you could probably still go back to Heathrow.
Just
if
about,
you lost
yeah.
2 engines, yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, everything like this, it's just different. It's there's lots of features here that Airbus pilots, it's all done, taken care of for you, and this is how it was done
yeah.
back in the day, and it's yes, I just find it very interesting.
Absolutely.
It's just like a throwback to how you know how these machines were flown across the Atlantic, and yeah, I find it fascinating.
No, it is, absolutely. What's been asked in the chat? Someone is asking the plans to release on MSFS. Obviously, you kind of alluded to it already.
Yeah, I think, and I don't think that's a secret. I think we've announced that we've been working on MSFS.
Yeah.
We just said that we wanted to get this out on P3D before we start dropping MSFS screenshots.
Yeah. So, watch this space, basically.
Yeah. I think that was Martin asking about Cellcore. Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Because there's only 14 airframes. So the way that we've simulated this is that there are only 14 airframes. Even if someone wants to do a repaint, the sim will either you define which airframe you want that repaint to go on. So it will be a British variant or a French variant, and depending on which one you paint will depend on. That will dictate then which crew system you get. So either the British variant or the French variant, and then each airframe has got a different cell call code, and we have integrated that with VATSIM as well. So if you get a cell call on VATSIM, we intercept that, and it will pick up your audio device that is used at the time for VATSIM or vPilot or whatever you use, and it will play the cell call code for that airframe, the correct one, through your headset, and then obviously you get the alarm in the cockpit. So that works quite well. I was quite happy to get that going.
It does work really well. I've had it a few times asking when going across like the Oceanic with Chadwick and stuff like that. You just like, can I get a cell cal check, and it works so well. And just
it does.
To hear that,
I really like it.
Going off.
And I don't know why, but the French ones sound really cool, like the Air France airframes. I don't know why. I think they're just different octaves, but they sound really nice.
It does sound good. Yeah.
But it's just that, again, small detail, but something that when it happens, you're like, oh, that's different.
Yeah.
And I love stuff like that. That's part of the job. That's what I really like coding. Just small things that collectively all add up.
Absolutely, yeah.
Provide sort of a really immersive experience. So I'm talking too much. Sorry. Are there more chatters? More questions?
Let's have a look. Someone's asking about the volume knobs for vPilot. The A320 does that as well. It's not just it wouldn't be a Concorde thing. Oh yeah, you said it was a 320 thing. Someone asked if it's capital on 1548.
Oh, is that the ADFs? I think you can do that on the ADFs, can't you?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I've done. Is it 909 or 303? Is like 5 live, and it's what else we got?
Yeah, the Volmet is only for Concorde at the moment. I mean, it might. I thought about putting it in the Airbus, but no one would use it because, like I said, we've got data link. Yeah,
that's it. It's very rare that I must have used it. I think the only time I ever used it in the real world was when our ATSU were like, when it was down. So
yeah,
we had to.
I know. There are programs you can buy on Sim Market that do VHF Volmet for Europe.
Okay, that's quite useful.
But it was just it was the HF element really that I coded first. That I wanted to include in the Concorde. So, but yeah, I saw this question earlier. So someone's been asking how the excellent decel points are calculated on custom route.
I'll let you answer that one.
We've got world data that we use to calculate where land mass is, and we analyse the route, and we look at the point where the route basically crosses over ocean. We then look ahead to make sure that the route continues out over ocean, and then we define an XL point based on that. So normally it was about 20 miles off the coast. So that would be your XL point. And then basically we do the same but reverse for decel. So decel points were normally, they varied based on the time of year. So for winter, it was about 100 miles from the coast. And for the summer, it was 50 because they found, after they started running supersonic flights between Washington and London, they found that the boom was propagating further in the winter. So they were flying descent into Heathrow down the Bristol Channel, and residents were just complaining that they were getting really boomed. Yeah. So they found out, I can't remember what the technical reason was, but they found out that it was propagating about 50 miles further in the winter. So for that reason, they put in different decel points for summer and winter. So that's what our sort of planning tool does. It will work out where the XL and decel points should be based on landmass, if you're flying over ocean. And then it will allow you to adjust those if you want to. But basically, we're trying to take all the heavy work out of the planning and the sort of calculations, because it was so involved. All of the different tables and things like that in the weight and balance manuals.
Yeah.
It was just too much, I think, for people to sit there and tweak all these different figures and elements to the calculation. So we really wanted to have something really simple and a really simple interface, but actually it does so much behind the scenes to calculate the realistic load sheets and sort of mass balance charts and things like that. So
yeah,
so that's why we came up with the HP, because it was something that we knew the crews had been using to calculate performance and to monitor engine parameters and like you said, load sheets and things like that. And we thought, well, okay, this is perfect. We've got an interface that the crews used to have on board, and then we can extend that further and we can interface it with our simulator and have it do a little bit more.
Yeah.
So that was a real a really good feature that we took forward then, and I think it's worked out really well, especially when you have it on an external device like an iPad.
Absolutely, yeah.
You can just sit there and sort of punch buttons, and it will, like you said, it will show you your performance for deceleration, optimal performance. It's a nice feature, and I think it's one, now that we've got the interface, obviously we can extend it going forward, and
absolutely.
things like that. So yeah, it's a good bit of kit.
Yeah, someone's saying that Phoenix is saying that they, as a former OPSI, they're loving the paperwork that you've done. All of that paperwork.
Yes.
It's a lot.
It does look good. It does look good. And we only applied the sort of nostalgic feel to it a couple of months ago, didn't we?
Yeah, that was a fairly recent thing. Yeah, it used to be clean.
Yeah, it did. It used to be very clean. And then I was looking through all of the sort of copies that I've got here from years the Concorde crew collected them for me.
Yeah.
And I just thought, oh, hang on a minute. The big difference here is that one looks like a white PDF, and all the real ones are all printed on is it dot matrix paper and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's it, all photocopied and all that.
Yeah, tea stains and stuff like that. So, and it just adds to the era, it adds to the immersion.
Absolutely,
it's all these little details. And
messy pilots.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, someone's asked about would it be possible in the future to have the Palm Top 3D? I think I've asked you that like before,
yeah, well,
maybe not
MSFS.
Yeah.
I think it has to be an MSFS. So yes.
Yeah. Does it make? Oh yeah, of course, no 2D panels, right?
No. So, yeah.
So, yes.
MSFS.
Yes, so since come along. What else?
Yeah, someone has asked if it will include an FMS. No, basically, a lot of people have questioned whether we would integrate some sort of more modern avionic package or something like an EFB into the flight deck. And whilst I can appreciate the reasons that people would want those in, I really feel strongly against doing that. I can appreciate why people want those in, but I think we can find other ways to satisfy their needs. So that's why we've got all the paperwork. That's why we've got the virtual crew system. I don't think you need it. I think if you can utilize the sort of tools that we've put into the simulation, I think you'll get a much better experience for it.
Yeah, and as Martin says, with all the paperwork, you don't need a moving map. It's all there for you.
No,
as long as you know whereabouts you are, like in terms of the plan. You just look at the chart and go, oh, that's where I am.
Exactly, and it's again, it's the small details like the weather radar. So the fact that we've modelled the ground tilt, so you can tilt it down, and basically it just gives you a map, a moving map, of land mass, and you can work out roughly where you are. It's not the same as an Airbus ND, but it's what the crews did. They were flying into New York and they tilt the radar down and they'd be able to see where Long Island was, and it's all these small things that Concorde crews used to do, and they did them for 30 years, and if it was good enough for them, that's what I want to do. I don't want to put anything into the sim that wasn't there, because they managed to fly it for 30 years, and if we can provide the same tools and resources that they had available to them, I think we can make it work. So
absolutely, yeah. Right, I'm trying to remember what my IP is, because someone was asking if you could see stuff on an iPad or something. Hang on, let's have a look. My IP is on my PC, so I can open it on my iPad. 6.5.
Someone's asking about the Lego Concorde. I would, but I don't think I wouldn't have time to build it.
I'm definitely going to be picking that up. I'm amazed how cheap it is for one.
It's quite big, isn't it? It's a meter long or something, isn't it?
It's absolutely huge. Right, let's do this. Let's grab review routes.
So I saw a post this week, and someone was putting a question to the beta team, which unfortunately they couldn't answer because they were still under NDA, and I don't know if we've officially pulled that yet.
There you go. Someone asking about the if you can open it on iPad, you can.
Oh, nice.
It's all on my iPad, and then I can.
It looks great on the iPad as well.
It does. It looks really nice, and obviously the EFB.
Yeah, and they were asking what the sort of funny times we've had testing this, and I think for us doing the group flights crossing the Atlantic, we've been flying this on VATSIM, and every time we fly over someone at Mach 2, we just imagine
the sonic boom hitting them.
The sonic boom dropping them, which aircraft could feel when they were flying underneath Concorde. In fact, air traffic control used to warn the aircraft below and say, just to let you know, Concorde's about to pass over you supersonic, and you're probably going to feel it. And they did. I don't know if it's something we can do yet, but I'd love to somehow be able to influence AI traffic where they could hear the sonic boom. If a Concorde passed over, then that'd be very cool. Maybe I'll talk to Microsoft about
that. Of course. What's this got? Someone's asked, if you load a custom route which only goes over land, does it recognise that you will only be flying subsonic?
Right, so that is something. I'm not sure if that's made it into this cut because we had a couple of issues with it, but that is something we're working on. It will basically just come up and say, just confirm you've got the permissions to fly over land.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is coming. That'll be available very soon. So and that's the thing with this. We're not. People know about flight sim now, so we don't just release stuff and that's it. We continue working on the products that we've been developing with. This has been in development for 3 years. We're not just going to suddenly stop.
Of course, yeah.
So there's things that we want to do with it. There's places we want to take it obviously onto the Microsoft platform, and that's going to open up a lot more opportunity to do a lot more stuff with it. So yeah, it's very exciting.
Yeah. Someone asks about the VCS, about if the VFO and the VV can work independently, and if you can use the VFE for pre-flight and then later on turn it off.
Right. So yeah, it's a little bit convoluted, and we are going to post some more details about the VCS when we post the release. So there will be more details about the VCS and how to use it. There are elements of the VFO that you can disable, such as the INS loading and things like that. So there are options in the HP. But like I said, we'll detail all of that in the release notes so that people are aware of how they can use the VCS.
Cool. What else we got? Thank you, Riyadh.
Yeah, the heat expansion's there.
Yeah.
It's the back of the EO panel.
Yes, it does stretch slightly. I think Mr. Weddle did ask about the external model stretching. Did we put that in? I don't think.
Where would you see that?
Because it would be, well, you wouldn't really notice it.
No.
Unless you're actually looking at it.
Yeah.
But
unless you got a tape measure when it was at Mach 2.
Right, what else is
we
there?
do. I mean, I think hopefully most people here have seen that we do read the livery files and check what color they are, and then that influences the skim temperature of the aircraft. So, for example, we supplied a Pepsi aircraft. Someone said, "Is it limited?" It's not limited. You can fly it at Mach 2, but you'll only fly it for about 25 minutes before
starts to
some of
overheat.
yeah, it will start to overheat. So it will. It's a while ago since we do this, but it was what is it? Is it the air conditioning systems that are working harder?
They're working harder to cool because it then goes to the fuel engine.
That's
kind of
right.
all
Yeah,
that sort of.
because the fuel is used as a heat sink, the temperature is then radiated into the fuel, so the fuel temps go up, and you start getting warnings there. And then I think the bleed system starts overheating and shutting down.
And then the oil system starts overheating.
That's right. And then because the bleed systems are shutting down, the cabin temperature, the cabin altitude starts increasing.
Yeah.
So you basically end up in a right mess.
Yeah.
So you can do it, but you won't get to New York. You'll
eventually. Your engines will not be happy with you.
So, so that was quite interesting, and it was also I mean, selfishly we were looking through some of the repaints available for some of the Concords, and we just thought, oh my god,
no, we can't have those.
We need to do something that stops people being able to repaint such hideous liveries. So someone came up with the idea of simulating the fact that Concorde was a white aircraft.
It's white. Yeah, the wings were white. There was obviously Pepsi had a little bit of paint on the wing, but that's one of the reasons. It's just you want those white stuff.
So that was good fun.
Yeah, so that Wizz Air paints banned. Bright purple Concorde. Ugh. So pilot camera, yes, that is kind of what he's saying, that based on the color scheme of your aircraft, it will affect temperatures. What else we got? Weddell, the flight deck, the EO panel should move slightly forwards. What else we got? I think other questions. Are there any non-graphical things you feel MSFS will do better than P3D with Concorde? So I suppose that'd be like system stuff, really. Is there any system stuff you feel that MSFS can do better?
I don't know, really.
Because I suppose most of the stuff you're doing is all kind of mostly external anyway, isn't it? So...
Yeah. So I don't know if that would play any role. I mean, there's certainly... I don't think there's much that we can't do, that we can't take forward. Yeah, I don't think so.
Fair enough. Trevor, I apologise for ignoring you earlier. Thanks for tuning in, though. we literally timed it so well that I was watching the reheats turn off when he was trying to tell me to get a Unicom.
Well, that's what I was saying the other day. It was especially on London West. They used to forget. If they'd had a trainee controller work in London West, they weren't used to the fact that when Concorde accelerated, it would just go. And they'd often forget to hand it off, and then they'd try and hand it off, and because it was accelerating and travelling so fast, it would be so far away from London they couldn't get hold of it.
Yeah.
So they'd have to pick a jumbo or something that was out, 8 West, and get them to relay a message to Concorde to get them to call Shannon.
Yeah,
that happened quite often. Yeah.
Well, this is a very good question. Which FSLab product have you preferred making, and what was the most frustrating thing to accurately simulate in Concorde? I don't know the answer to the first one, I bet.
Go on, what do you think the answer is?
Well, the most one you've enjoyed making?
Yeah.
I would have thought Concorde, because how long you've done it, but...
There are elements of it that I've enjoyed, as I sort of said earlier, but I don't know why. The 321 I really enjoyed, and I don't know if that's because it was a really good time to make a 321 because Thomas Cook was still flying, so they were flying their 321s all over the place. And it was just a really exciting aircraft to work on because it was so different to the 19 and 20. It felt like a heavy, especially getting that thing out of Corfu on a hot night. And it was fun. It was a bit different having done the Airbus for sort of 8 or 9 years. It was the 321 came along, and it was something different to work on. So I did enjoy that. And is that the one we did the ATSU for? Or no, that went into the 19.
That was
Was it the FB or the DCDUs? I think went into
Dues
the
of 21. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
the video we had. Yeah.
So that was good fun. The most frustrating part of this, we've had fun with the go lights, haven't we?
Oh yeah,
My God.
yeah. How many times the VFO was saying stop?
Yeah. So we had an issue where it was, it was calculating the bugs for the fuel flow on takeoff. I can't remember if it was fuel flow or P7, but one of them was slightly out, and we just couldn't get to the bottom of it. And every time someone was trying to do a takeoff, the EO was just calling stop, because if you need 4 reheats and you only get 3, they would have aborted.
Yeah.
That was quite a frustrating thing to fix.
Definitely.
We've had quite a few issues with the INS where the aircraft would turn back.
It is always funny seeing on like Volanta or something like that. You're just like looking at something like, oh, they're over the Mid-Atlantic, and like, oh, they're turning around.
Yeah, especially it always seems to happen when you leave to go for a loo break or make a coffee or something like that.
And you got to remember in Mach 2, it's a big circle you're doing.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of any others. I'm sure there are lots, but
yeah. That's a good one as well. If there was another plane from this era that you could make, which would it be?
They're all so good, aren't they?
There are a lot of good aircraft back then.
Oh, I'd love to do like a tri-jet, like an L1011 or a DC-10.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, look, yes, people. Yes, I think that's Simon saying about DC-10. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, VC-10 would be cool too.
I still love the Ready for Pushback 742. That was amazing. Who made that?
Oh yeah, I can't remember who made that one. That's going back a bit.
It's Ralph, wasn't it? I think sadly Ralph passed away a few years ago, actually. But that was amazing. I used to love that. That was a masterpiece, I thought. Yeah, there's so many classics, aren't there? DC-10, L10, 727,
all great
DC-8,
aircraft.
72.
Yeah.
I mean,
but then
they were just
all the instruments are basically the same as well. Like all the INSs, like all the instruments are basically the same.
Exactly. Yeah. It was a great. I mean, to think that you could go to Heathrow and see all of those. Concords, all of these other, and it's amazing watching back footage. From the 80s, and if you're watching
even the late 90s, a lot of that stuff was still going into Heathrow. Like all the big stuff is mental. That you think it was a long time ago, but actually it wasn't.
Yeah. So all the classics. They were great. But it's probably quite difficult to find a lot of data on them now. I don't know. Yeah. It's definitely times have definitely changed quickly, haven't they? With the 350s and
absolutely, yeah,
7X and things like that flying. Yeah, it is very different.
What else we got?
Essential Concorde reading. So
definitely
try and watch the IT VV DVD if you can, because that is obviously the number one thing to watch. If you can get hold of that, I think it's definitely one of the best resources you can watch. If you could get hold of any manuals, I think the Flying Manual Volume 2,
the procedure one.
The procedure one. If you can get hold of 2B, basically just tells you how to fly Concorde.
Yeah.
So that's an amazing resource. In terms of books, I mean, they don't tend to go into too much detail. There was a book called the Concorde Sticker Rudder Book, which was written by a guy called Mike Riley, who used to be a training Concorde captain. He was the guy who trained Adrian, actually, and Adrian Thompson is the guy who flew the last BA1, and he's the guy who's been very helpful through our development. And he wrote so Mike Riley wrote a fantastic book on how to actually fly the aircraft, raw data because it was called the stick and rudder book. So it was all about how to control the aircraft on takeoff and landing and crosswinds and engine failures. And I don't think it's in print anymore, but if you can find one on eBay, I mean, that is a fantastic book, and anyone who is a sort of Concorde fanatic, I think, would enjoy that.
Yeah, definitely. Someone asked, have you been on a real Concorde?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to fly the BA2 back in 2003. So we managed to work it out so that we could fly back while Adrian was captain.
Nice.
So it was really good. So he came and got us from the lounge, took us onto the aircraft, I think an hour before we were due to board. So I got to do a wing walk, which was pretty scary actually because it was raining. And until you stand on the Concorde wing, you've got no idea how much it slopes away from you in every direction.
Yeah.
And because it was really smooth as well, it just felt like that you were going to slip at any minute and then just fall, 20 feet down onto the tarmac. So we came out that door there and then stood just out a bit. And that was quite hairy. It was great. I got to sit on the flight deck for an hour and go through all the stuff. And that was a really good flight. We did end up spending a lot more time in JFK because we taxied out to 3-1 left, and the EO did the anti-skid test and it failed.
Oh no!
We sat at 3-1 left for about 10 minutes before they decided it was stuffed, and we had to go back to stand, and I think they raided one of the Air France hangars to find a spare.
Of course, yeah.
Air France stopped in March. Was it March or April? I think so. They had a lot of spares kicking about, so they had to refit an anti-skid, and then we were off. So we were a couple of hours late. Amazing aircraft though. It was you sort of. I think it's more awe-inspiring from the outside. When you're on the inside, it's very much like flying in a small single aircraft, single aisle aircraft. Yeah, it was quite an experience. It wasn't. I mean, obviously the takeoff and the landing. I think the landing was more impressive because of the sort of stopping power of the thing, the reverse thrust, and then the sort of carbon brakes. I think that was really you could really feel the deceleration. But actually, in the cruise, it was no different. But obviously, that was the hard part, and that's what all the sort of professionals that worked on the aircraft always used to say, that that was the difficult part, getting it to Mach 2 while people are sipping champagne and eating their caviar. So
absolutely, yeah. One thing actually I was going to say is, obviously, everyone always knows about Concorde flew at 60,000 feet, so why doesn't ours?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Because
everyone else's does, Andy.
Yeah, it's quite a hard thing to do, to be fair. So, we've sort of coded up this thing to fly based on the sort of performance of the real aircraft. So, if you go into the optimum level at the moment, Johnny, I think it will show you that we're probably going to be around 53.6 on that.
Optimum Cruise 2 is Optimum Supersonic 50, almost spot on, 53.563.
Yeah, okay.
And we are currently
53.560. Yeah, so it's all based on weight and temperature. If the temperature goes up, that the aircraft will descend. And it really only climbed higher as it burnt off fuel. It didn't have the performance to go straight up to 60. No. And like you said earlier, we'll only hit about what's the fuel plan say today? But I think you'll probably hit sort of 582, 585 on this. Although Riyadh said it was warm, didn't he? So it was probably
587. It reckons.
Okay.
So we'll see how close to that we get. Are we following at the moment? We are pretty much on what it reckoned, only 500 feet higher at 30 west. So
okay. Yeah, it's not bad.
We're doing all right.
It was quite warm a few weeks ago, wasn't it? We were struggling to get. To be honest, we were struggling to get hit Mach 2 before 30 west.
Yeah, it was very warm.
It's really interesting, and again, that's another element of the sim that is good fun. It's the fact that in the summer, you won't hit Mach 2 pretty much before 20 or 30 west if it's very warm. And then in the winter, you can play with the jet streams, and that's when they set all the records coming back. And you can watch the ground speed, creep up to sort of 1260, 1280, and you can try and beat the world record, which I think was 253.
Something like that. Yeah, I know Riyadh has attempted it before,
Yeah.
But he got close, but no cigar, sadly.
Yeah.
We do think they must have done some naughty stuff to get that record, though.
Yeah, we've been trying to work out, haven't they, what exactly they did.
They must have gone supersonic so early.
The different shortcuts you could take, and the different places that they would bang.
Yeah.
Which is
what
happened there?
Me dropping my phone on my keyboard, which I think may have almost pressed. I think I may have pressed G, but it put the gear back up. Don't do that. What else? I'm trying to think what other questions we got. Yeah, Riyadh thinks it's impossible.
Well, because a lot of Concorde crew said they could have beaten it, but it was the fact that everything had to be aligned. So it was the departure out of New York. It was sort of taking the shortcut. So the departure out of New York goes sort of southeast initially because you have to fly around a warning area. There's a great big warning area that's quite active to the east of New York. So they had to go southeast, and then they'd light the burners and sort of turn up towards sort of northeast and then go up the eastern seaboard.
Yeah.
And I think what they managed to do is get permission to fly through this warning area, basically, and sort of almost boom Nantucket, and then go, in a straight line, Great Circle route over to London. But then you needed sort of a later detail clearance from London, which might have rattled a few windows in Devon, and then obviously the straight in clearance into Heathrow for the nines, which I think was quite difficult to get. I know a lot of people got to the point where they were, asking Heathrow if they could get the straight in, and then they were denied it. So that's where the sort of world record attempt failed for most of the crews, I think.
Right. Terrain ahead. Atsu, but there's no Atsu in this thing. No data link, nothing like that. What else? Oh yeah, how many people get stuck in Bahrain during the summer? I can still remember when Riyadh and I were trying to do some of the flights out of Bahrain, and it must have been last summer, wasn't it? We couldn't take off.
Didn't it go something silly like 45 or 50 degrees?
Yeah, it's 45 degrees. You just couldn't do anything.
No, we couldn't. We had to bin it off. I think Bahrain. Well, yeah, a lot of people didn't realise that the Bahrain operations were basically through the night or very early morning because of the high temperatures, and it was the same as Singapore as well. So they used to fly out of Heathrow 4:00 in the afternoon, land in Bahrain at sort of 8 or 9 o'clock, I think, and then they depart Bahrain a few hours later, close to midnight, get to Singapore at 5 in the morning, turn around, leave Singapore 6 in the morning, back into Bahrain for I think 8 in the morning, something like that, and then they'd fly back and land at Heathrow at 2. So, and again, they really had to plan these routes around these sort of temperatures to get the takeoff performance. Otherwise, you won't be able to uplift the amount of fuel needed to fly the route.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, and a lot of the time, they could get around that by the flight planning. So you were talking about the contingency fuel back at Heathrow.
Yeah.
And they could use that once they were airborne. So a lot of the times when it was hot, they would plan to fly to, let's say, Colombo out of Bahrain, and then once they were airborne, they had 2.5 tons to play with. So they could, if they could make it to Singapore with the extra 2.5 tons, that's what they do.
Yeah.
And that's often what they did on a Barbados. So many times, if they flew to Barbados in the summer, because it was primarily a winter destination that British Airways flew, but they did run flights in the summer as well.
Yeah.
And they'd file a reclearance plan, so they'd often file for Antigua.
That's kind of like what I did earlier.
So they take it. Yeah, do a fuel plan to Antigua and then get up.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can make Barbados, so we're clear for Barbados. And then they had to do that a lot in Concorde because it just didn't have the sort of range. Or a lot of these destinations were on the max range. So as soon as the weather got hot at either end, you were performance limited. So they had to sort of tweak the numbers a little bit to make it possible. So yeah, it's an amazing aircraft. There's lots of things like that just make it very interesting.
Yes, that's it. Casinium, thank you for tuning in. Have a good evening. You can't wait to take it up to Rovaniemi. Yeah, it's really cool going up that way. You go really far north because What was the limit on the INS? Was it 70 degrees north that you could go up
Oh
to?
yeah.
So
Yeah, we've
Rovaniemi
had
is a bit
we've had a few good
interesting.
flights up there, haven't we?
Yeah, we did. Because you can do it in the summer or the winter, really.
Yes, exactly. And interestingly, Concorde hated the poles. They never flew over the poles because
It's too hot.
It's too hot. And you really notice that flying up that way. You just see the ice creeping up to +10 or something.
Yeah. Right, let's see if I can get a... Where are we now? I can't see land yet on the weather radar, so...
okay.
I'm trying to see if I can get a Volmet yet.
Are you 50 west yet?
We are... No, 40... Just coming up to 42 west.
Probably, yeah, you're still in the middle.
Still a bit far away, yeah. But it's good. It's good though to see like all the stuff that's like filled in for you guys. So the nav log, going the wrong way on the scroll. It's really nice, like filling in everything for you, and like also seeing like how the fuel is going up and down. So like earlier on, it recorded at Excel I was going to be landing at 14.9.
Okay.
And now it's settled down to more like 13.1, which is a bit more where I'd expect it, especially with my little extended taxi out.
Yes. Okay. What's your plan remain for JFK today?
It is 12.7. So,
okay. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah. So it's not bad off it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, that's not too bad. And obviously that 12.7 includes my contingency. So.
Yeah.
So yes, I still have plenty in it.
Yeah, that'll be loads.
See, Rad, you keep saying Volmet 40, but which Volmet? I can't hear it. I'm so far away still.
Oh, 40 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
The New York, we're a long way away from New York still, Riyadh. I'll probably still out of range of the Gander ones. We'll try the Gander ones. What time is it? It's 40 now, but see if we hear anything. What we got? Let's try 3485 to start with. That's odd. No, it's still too far away.
Are you just getting static?
I can hear it quietly, but obviously the
right.
stream can't. But if I turn it volume up, I turn the sound right up. You should hear a little bit. But this is the problem. Yeah, barely. That's the thing. I can only barely hear it in my headsets too, so it is. The problem with HF, it's not great.
It's very clear at night if you're doing a BA4 crossing back. You'll always get it much stronger.
Right, I can't. Yeah, we're still not far enough, so I can't see land yet. Trying to think what else can we show off, Andy?
I'm just trying to think about some other destinations we've been to that are quite good fun. The supersonic loops have been quite good, haven't they?
Oh yeah, around the bays are quite cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they're very. So one question that was asked, I think someone said initially they were going to try a short round the bay flight to get to grips with the aircraft. That's probably the worst thing you could do.
One of the hardest flights to do.
It really is. Everything is happening, super fast because you've got a lightweight Concorde, so it literally goes up like a homesick angel.
Yeah.
And you're battling to. I mean, they had to limit the climb anyway because the engineer couldn't get the fuel back fast enough.
You couldn't go at max power.
No. And everything is happening at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The best thing people could do, like you said, is to fly New York or Barbados. I think Barbados is brilliant because you're just out over the ocean, and you've got all the time in the world to sort of familiarise yourself with the cockpit.
A straightforward arrival. It's literally get to the north of the island, turn right, follow the coast, turn left onto the approach. That's all you do. It's Barbados. Obviously, I did that one earlier today, and it's so nice to do.
Yeah, it's the complete opposite to a North Sea loop, which is probably the hardest.
Yeah.
Hardest one we've got.
Yeah, because you're constantly thinking, Kai Tak. I've not actually flown into Kaitaken this year. I know Riyadh and Martin probably have flown into Kaitaken this. Have you done Kaitaken this new
I
one?
haven't. No, did it? Where did it go? Did it go out via Calcutta? That one? I can't remember now.
They did. It went to Kaitaken a few times. It did, obviously on different world tours. How about Heathrow to Birmingham? Well, that's the one, Tony. That's the one that you do literally do a supersonic loop again. So you go out past Birmingham basically to kind of go out into the 7, back around the coast, and then you kind of come back in but turn left instead of going straight onto Heathrow.
Yeah.
You don't really do it subsonic.
Someone's asking about SimBrief. So you can use SimBrief to plan your route in terms of the waypoints and where you actually want to fly, and then you can export that as a P3D plan and import that into this. And you don't need to worry about profiles or anything like that because
you just need the route.
planning system in this doesn't use any of that, because obviously it's got all the Concorde data inside of it that it uses. All it needs to do is analyze the P3D plan as a route. So you don't need to worry about SimBrief profiles or anything like that.
Yeah, because you can do it in PFPX as well.
Exactly. Yeah. All you need is a program that can chuck out a P3D flight plan, and then this thing will import it.
TCAS Climb's asking about any failures or random MEL stuff we need to watch out for.
No, that's well, apart from the temperature stuff. So
as we talked about earlier,
as we were talking about with the Pepsi stuff, we haven't got any failures that people can set up and trigger at the moment, because we've had a hard time as it is getting a system in place that allows people to fly a 3-person crewed aircraft on a desktop, which has been quite a difficult thing to achieve. So we've disabled failures at the moment, and I'm really not sure. I mean, we've had the odd engine failure, but I don't know why. I mean, they can happen, but it's at the moment you can't trigger any failures. Just because there's been so much going on, and I think it's like Johnny was saying earlier. I think once we get to a position where we build up a community of people that sort of know this aircraft inside out, then we've got an opportunity to push it forward. And that's always what we've done at Flight Sim Labs. With the Airbus series, we've got a community behind that, and we've continued to take it further. And I anticipate that's what we'll do with this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Riyadh obviously he's mentioned the random dials, which I don't think I've got any today.
Where the
engine
lighting
dials and the lighting, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite common for the light filaments to fail.
Yeah.
So I think we do that randomly.
Yeah, I think mine will work in today. What else we got? Why is it? Yeah, Martin, because I accidentally knocked the gear lever. That's why. Don't worry.
I think the Air France flights are quite good fun, aren't they? So we've got
they go a lot to random places.
Yeah, so they did the scheduled ones initially were, what was it, Paris, Dakar, Rio, and then it was a red eye coming back. So it used to take off coming out of Rio at something like 11 o'clock at night, land in Dakar at 3 in the morning, and then get into Paris at 6 in the morning. So that can't have been much fun.
No.
What else did they do? Paris, Santa Maria, and then down to Caracas, and then the return. And they'd often, if they could get into Paris, they would try and do a direct. I think they managed it 2 or 3 times from Caracas up to Paris, which was the longest supersonic commercial flight. I think they set the record for, which was something. I think it was about 4,200 miles, something like that.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
I think they got into Paris on fumes, something like 6 tons, which they did really well to do that. That's quite impressive. And then what else have we got? We got obviously the Mexico route. So Air France used to go to Mexico via JFK or Washington.
They went subsonic, which was really bizarre. Well, for most of that route until Mexico City.
I don't think they could get the permissions to fly supersonic around Florida.
Yeah.
So they had to go down to Florida subsonic and then supersonic over the Gulf.
Off Mexico, yeah.
And that's quite an interesting route. It's a bit of slog down to Florida. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's so yeah, we have got some really nice routes, and then obviously Air France did Rovaniemi as well. I think they went via Heathrow up to Rovaniemi, so that's an
That's it. Yeah.
interesting one.
Yeah. Would you recommend doing circuits to learn how to land?
Yeah, so that's
circuit for
something
landing, yes.
Yeah,
But again,
so the
it's
ground
fun to fly.
effect is going to take some getting used to, I think.
Yeah.
This thing's got a massive ground effect, and you basically have to hold your nerve. You keep the power in until 15 feet, and then you cut it. And as soon as you cut it, or is it 15 feet or about 30 feet, something like that? I think you start to cut it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it will. You're coming down at 700 feet per minute to 15 feet, and then you basically take the power out, and the ground effect just captures it. But you really have to hold your nerve, because if you start to flare too early, it will just bounce off the ground effect, and you won't get it down. You'll float down the runway and then thump it in.
Definitely.
So that takes a bit of get, but it's also I think it's a lot easier to land as well with the ground effect, because it sort of destroys the roll as the aircraft comes in to the last sort of 15-20 feet. The ground effect on underneath each wing sort of sucks the wings down onto the ground, so it destroys any lateral imbalance, I think, that you might have.
Wings level.
Exactly, it gets the wings level, and then you just add a bit of rudder, and it will just sort of sit onto the runway. It's quite easy to land once you can anticipate the ground effect.
Yeah. Someone's asked how many people are on the team that worked on this. There's not many, is there?
Well, we've got a nice sort of Concorde testing team on it that we've got. I think it's 10 or 15 of us, I think, and then developing the product, I think we've had 5 or 6. I want to say something like that.
It's a decent sized team still.
Yeah, I think so.
How did the engine sounds get reported? That's what I was gonna
say. So we had some. I would, in 2003, I was very privileged to be invited into the sort of BA hangars while the aircraft was still in service, which was an amazing experience. You could walk around the engineering team that was servicing the aircraft that was due to fly the BA-1 that evening. And it was just a great opportunity to go on board and record different sounds, knowing that it was about to stop, so a lot of people were doing the same. And I guess I was just lucky that I was able to be put into that position and be able to capture some of the unique sounds before it stopped flying, sadly.
Yeah. Will you be able to see the signature vortices off the wing, or is it too advanced for P3D?
I think we've got that.
Okay, I've not looked personally, so I can't comment. But I'm usually focusing on landing the thing rather than looking outside. Duncan, don't worry, I screenshotted it. I know you were saying about screenshot. I screenshotted it. It likes the angle.
Someone's asking about the virtual crew and circuits. I think it will just treat it as a go-around.
Riyad's the one to ask for that. He's probably done circuits more recently.
We did. That was quite an interesting evening. We did fly over to Shannon one night, and then we all did. I think there were 4 of us in the pattern. So this poor Shannon controller on VATSIM, he was just handling a couple of light aircraft,
and then 4 Concordes
turn up, and we started doing circuits. And I don't think it left much room in the pattern for anyone else, did it?
No.
And that was really good fun, though. That was great fun because you could see everyone else in the pattern as well. So I would recommend that if there's a group of people that want to go and take this somewhere and do some circuits. Yeah, it's quite a demanding experience, but it is good fun.
Yes. Right, let's see how we're doing. We're going waypoints 1 to 2, which is how we're 48 west, so we're getting there.
Cool. There were limits on the in-flight reversers. I think there were restrictions on when you could use them. So what was it? I think it was below Mach 1, below 30,000 feet.
And only it's not long either. You can have them out for.
No, this is it. Adrian said there was a time limit on it, and he said, which is absolutely ridiculous, because he said if the limit is 30,000 feet, and he said if you were using them for more than 5 minutes,
you're in the ground. Yeah. There you go. We're close enough to land now, so we can see the land mass out to the right.
Yeah, so what's the island? Is it I can't remember the island that comes up.
Oh, I know the one you're on about. It's in a little while, isn't it?
Is it Sable Island?
Oh yeah, Riyadh said Sable Island.
Yeah.
They get boomed.
That's always a good one to look at on the Let's sickle bus. Yeah.
Weddle's asking, is the rotorbow protection simulated?
That the Debo.
The Debo stuff.
Yeah, that's in.
So it does the Debo start, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's have a look. What are we doing? What's he tuned to? Let's have a look. Can we hear anything on the... $6604. I'm just going to go through all of these. See if I can pick one up.
You've got the radio now.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. That's louder. Can we hear that one again? Hopefully you can hear that on stream now, the Volmet.
Visibility 10 kilometers or more. Cloud 2 at 2,500 feet. Broken at 2,800 feet. Overcast at 4,000 feet.
It's so eerie. Well, yeah, it sounds weird with the HF kind of effect on it as well.
And then we've got the different accents. So this is obviously Gander, New York.
Gander, yeah.
It's, I think it's an Irish lady on Shannon.
Yeah.
And obviously the different ones for Asia, South America, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And same with the ground crew as well. We've got different ground crew simulations. So if you land in a French-speaking country, you'll get a French accent on the ground crew. Same as Spanish. I think we do Spanish, American, British, Asian. Yeah, different features like that, which is quite nice.
Yeah. Let's be close to St. John's now. How are we doing with a 1149? Let's get help the FO out, getting ready for when we get close to a VOR again. I can update the position because we are 4-4 at the moment, so we're on the kind of limit. Ongson's online, yay. I'm going to be talking to them shortly. One thing I forgot to do earlier because we've been too busy chatting is setting 2000 with Squawk because we just done Oceanic. Hello, Alex. What else we got? I just got my chat.
So I said earlier that each of the airframes are simulated. So each airframe has got its own
quirks.
Yeah, so it's all what what do I want to say? We've coded up the weight and balance of each individual airframe. So if you planned a route in Alpha Fox and then loaded up Alpha Delta and plan the same route, you'd see that the weights would be slightly different.
Yeah.
And the zero fuel CG is slightly different on all of them. Or the empty weight CG.
Yeah. It's always nice going through the cabin.
Yeah, did you know that it reads Mach 2 above 1.97?
I realised that. I was going to go, and I realised after when I was like, it already says Mach 2, and I was like, it already says it.
And that's because it was temperature limited, so if it got to 127 degrees on the nose, they'd slow down.
Yeah.
And they'd not, I think it went down to about 1.98, 1.97.
So the passengers don't realise.
Exactly, they didn't. I don't know if they used to fly around with it showing 1.97 and they had so many complaints that they changed it. I think Fraser would probably know, but he, I think at some point they changed it so that it would read Mach 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, these are the reading lights that go on and off.
Yeah,
we've got those on the Airbus.
Yep, okay, it's turned off. These annoying passengers turning their reading lights on.
Yeah, it was a BA thing. I think Air France did show the actual Mach number.
That sounds about right. It sounds like BA trying to show off, like, yeah, it's always Mach 2. Throwing ahead, there is a cabin in the 320. It's the same as this. Do the window shades go up and down?
No, we didn't want to. We're pushing things. I think we're pushing things quite hard. In Pins 3D, I mean, we're right on the limit. So
yeah,
we need to be careful.
Yeah. Right, how are we doing fuel-wise for the last update? 13.2. We're good. We're good still.
Yeah, it was amazing. Someone asked earlier on this chat how often they diverted due to an engine failure. I think it was quite common.
Yeah, especially in the early days. Yeah.
Well, I saw someone post a photo of I think their father's logbook, who used to be a captain on the aircraft in the sort of mid 70s, late 70s, and it was amazing to see how many times the intakes would fail. I think they were quite temperamental, especially in the early days. It wouldn't take much to upset them.
Yeah.
And often Adrian used to say what would happen is if you had a problem with one engine, chances are it would
the next one would
exactly, it would affect the one next to it as well, so you had to be really careful.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of the routes, like the Bahrain routes, were right on the limit, and if you have a look, there's a French website where you can go on and type in destinations, departures, dates, and things like that, and it will turn you a list of the different Concorde flights that operated.
Yeah.
And you can see how many times they diverted into different aircraft, so into different airports. So I think the Bahrain London was definitely on the limit because Bahrain was so hot.
Yeah.
They were really restricted on how much fuel they could take out of Bahrain, which often meant they would divert into Paris or Gatwick.
Wow.
So all these little things that you need to bear in mind when you're flying this.
Absolutely. Someone's asking to see it at night. Let's do. Oh yeah, that's the problem. You can't see it if I do that. Yeah, let's not do that. Back zip. Yeah, it doesn't like it if I do the time change with this mode. So
yeah.
We'll look at it when we down to New York. We'll put it into night, so you guys see what it looks like at night time. It does look nice. It's a nice place to be at night time.
We've had some good fun with doing group flights on this because we found out that this planning system's so accurate that it's almost to the minute.
Yeah.
And what we've been doing is we've been doing flights out of Heathrow and Paris where we're all trying to converge on CM Mike 15 West at the same time, which has gone. It's not been too bad.
No.
But it's been. We've sort of been held up with departure delays and things like that. So we're still trying to get it so it works where we all pile in at the same time. But what's worked really well is if you're flying back. So normally, didn't we do once out of Toronto, Barbados, Washington, New York?
Yep.
All departing for Heathrow. We planned to hit Ockham
at the similar time,
all at the same time, and I think it worked. Didn't we?
It
all
worked pretty
hit
well
Ockham within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Which was
because I think I did the Toronto. I think on that one. I think Riyadh was doing the Barbados, and then you or Martin were doing the Washington and New York. Yeah, and Riyadh was late. Yeah, funny that. Yeah, it is very cool to plan stuff like that and it actually work out really well.
Yeah, especially on a 4-hour flight. So sort of with it to operate within minutes is pretty cool.
Right, so that's all that.
Oh, I don't know if it's sunny enough, but the shades in the cockpit work. So one of the problems they had was that the reflections on the glass were so bright when they were traveling across that they always flew with these shades. At least the rear one was normally up. And I think you've got the cockpit lights on still, haven't you? But it will reduce the sunlight that comes in. So we've added these sort of simulation of sunlight coming through the windows that if you put the blinds up, it reduces it and makes it easier to see the instruments.
Yes, if I open that one again, because the sun is over there, it gets lighter. It gets darker. It is very cool. Fly in the darkness. Are there any Easter eggs to find in the aircraft? You not put anything, right?
No, I don't think we have.
Or any that you're telling us about.
Yes. Yeah, I think the crews did lay over. I think so for example, flying now, they'd I don't know how long they stayed in JFK. I'm not sure they flew back the next day. Did they have a couple of nights? Like this gets into JFK. What time are we due in local? Is it going to be around 6 p.m.?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they would have then flown. I don't think they would have flown the 2 service back the next day because that would have been a 9 a.m. departure. So that would have been too early. They might have flown the 4 back.
Or stayed another night and flown the 2 the next day.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, I think they had quite a lot of crews out in New York at any one time. So they might have had a couple of days in New York and then fly back. I think the Barbados ones were amazing because you used to fly to Barbados, spend a week in Barbados and then fly back.
Right.
I mean, that's just got to be the pinnacle, hasn't it, of an aviation career, just flying Concorde down, staying in Barbados for a week, paid for, and then flying back the next weekend.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Ooh, is that Sable Island on there? I think the tiny little dot.
There it comes.
So still performance. Do you want to talk about the graphics thing, or do you want to leave that for?
Yeah, so it is quite performance heavy. We've providing a couple of options for that. So the cabin model we found is quite performance hungry. So we do give an option for users that don't have ample amounts of VRAM.
Good old VRAM.
To disable that. I don't think P3D is great for VRAM, is it? But
not anymore.
No.
Especially with how much you pushed it as well.
Yeah. So we have got options that should help people on lesser graphics cards. And then we'll publish the sort of recommended and minimum specs with the product as well.
Yeah. Perfect.
So someone's asking if it was legal for the crews to fly from and back to Heathrow in one day. Not on a New York, I think that might put you out of hours, but they did used to fly to Gander, I think, initially when they were route proving. So I think they used to do 2 sectors. I don't know if it was with the same crew. I read it somewhere, but they used to fly Heathrow, Gander, Heathrow, and then do the whole thing again.
Yeah.
There was one crew I think I read that did a Singapore, Bahrain, Heathrow, which is 8 or 9 hours flying, isn't it?
Yeah, so that would be close back then.
Yeah, I think they said they'd never do it again.
Right, I need to have a look at which runway New York is using. They're getting very excited thinking that, or Riyadh and Martin were like, oh, it's going to be 1-3 left. That'll be fun.
Well, if there's no, you could ask for 1-3 left. What are the wins?
It's 180 at 10.
Oh, yeah, so they do that.
Well, the real world is using 2-2s at the moment.
Yeah, they would have. I reckon they would have stuck this on 1-3 left if they were using 2-2s.
It'd be fun to do. Martin's like, we're doing 1-3 left.
I think they would have asked for 1-3 left. JFK might have said we're landing 2-2s, and I think they would have called ahead and said, well, put us on 1-3 left, and I think they would have done it. Yeah, I still 1-3 left.
Yeah, Riyadh, you need to send me something then if we're going to do 1-3 left, unless you've already sent it to me. Yes, you've not sent it to me. Incoming, thank you, Riyadh. 1-3 left is all very good fun because it does stuff which obviously modern aircraft do day to day now, but this is on an aircraft which is very old. Like, basically does an RNAV approach before RNAV approaches were a thing. It's mad. Yeah, absolutely mad. Outside views, yeah, we could do some more outside views again. Thank you, Riyadh. FO's updating. Updating what? It's gonna be fine, Duncan. It'll be fine. It's been a while since I've done it, though. Famous last word, I know. It's not me flying. Well, it is me flying. Does this have the sonic boom effect? Well, if I do... right, let me get the sound back up for you guys. And then do a flyby.
Yeah, I'll talk after the boom.
It sounds so good, though. It's very good.
So yeah, I think people saw the sound cone, so we do calculate where the sound cone is.
Yeah.
So it moves as you accelerate up to Mach 2, 3, Mach 1. And also the boom as well, so it does calculate the speed of sound and where the camera is in respect to the aircraft and how long it will take the boom to get there. So if you position the camera on the ground and watch the aircraft fly overhead, you'll see the aircraft fly away before you hit the boom.
It's very cool. Very, very cool. Ooh, I can do my position as well for my update. So waypoint 4. Cool. So I'm now updating the RNAV light. Right, I should be close enough to now to hear the New York voltmet, I suppose. So, 10 past. Oh, we may just miss it, but we'll try and listen to it. 6604. Oh, we're already on 6604, so... Ooh. That's not good. Still nice weather. Nice and warm in New York at the moment. Right. I'm in Gandazes, but they haven't contacted me yet. I'm hiding. Someone asked... Oh, yeah. So, the gear lever, the reason it's up is because I dropped my phone on my keyboard. And I accidentally hit the G key, so it put it up. Usually, yes, it would be censored. That was a me issue. There is... Yeah, so there's going to be no FMS. There's INSs. Don't need an FMS. With a VFO making a rival brief, you've not done that.
No, I haven't done arrival briefs yet. I don't know. I'll talk to Adrian and find out.
Yeah.
What kind of briefing they would normally give.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can. I mean, all the information is in the planning system, so it knows at the. I mean, you'll have to change that. It knows at the moment we're going in on 22 left, doesn't it?
Correct. Yes, I'd have to change the runway I'm using.
Yeah. Although I don't think it will matter for this flight.
No. Squid Dog, if you could technically fly VOR to VOR, but why would you when you've got a perfectly good INS that is much more accurate? Right, whereabouts are we? We are currently 57 west. So we are approaching 60 west, and then very soon we have to think about looking at when we're going to start deselling. Did the latest Concorde flown before shutdown have an FMS? They've no Concordes have had an FMS. The last Concordes had the INS. Yes, so 331. Yes, so the VFO does program the INS. So if I can leave him to it. As I have done for the whole day, pretty much. He can do the initial loading of the waypoints, and then later on he'll load up the latter waypoints as well, either using the card system if there are cards for it, or custom, or just individual lat longs if they're not in cards. Right, let's get this picture up that Riyadh has sent.
Johnny, I'm just going to get a drink. I'll be back in a minute.
No worries. Right, let's do... What stage after takeoff is INS? So normally you'd fly the SID using raw data like VORs and stuff usually, but then once you finish the SID, because back in the day most SIDs ended up over a VOR, so from there you could either continue on the VOR for a little bit and then pick up the INS later on, or you could just switch over to the INS. Right, so let's ask. That one. That one. That one. That one. How am I going to show this?
Leg 4 to 5 all looks good.
Oh, doesn't like it. Okay, you just have to crane your head like this, basically, because I can open it in Chrome, but you can't read it when it's on my photos thing. So let's do this. And this. So this is what we're planning to do, and this is what the boys I kind of kept going on. If you can rotate, that'd be really nice, Riyadh. So this is the INS approach onto runway 13 left and 13 right. Ah, nice. You heard me coming over London West earlier. Nice. You have sent me an updated one. Thank you. Thank you. There you are. That's very zoomed in. So, yeah, so... Let's just zoom out. There we are. So this is what we're planning to do. So coming in via Kanazi, flying outbound until 2.6 miles on the 295 radial from JFK, and you actually leave the aircraft in INS, and it does this turn for you. You don't, and then you literally leave it. It follows it round, and then you roll wings level at 500 feet and take the autopilot out. It's very clever, and as I said, this is basically an RNAV approach from an aircraft that was designed in like the 60s. I haven't changed the arrival yet. They're basically one of the first RNAV approaches, and Concorde was leading the way. Because at the moment, obviously, the weather is 180 at 10. They're using 2.2s, but we'll try and force to use their 1.3s. How does it know it needs to turn? Well, when Andy goes back, he can explain it a bit more than I can. But basically, it looks ahead at the next waypoints and figures out what the turn, the kind of, all the headings are going to be and how it should sequence it. Basically, it's kind of like an FMS in that sense. I've been bullied onto 13 left. It's not really bullying. It's going to be good fun. Well, how much the racetrack had to complain. Well, the racetrack, obviously, you're supposed to avoid flying over the racetrack, so you got close. But you think at the time Concorde was flying, think what other types of aircraft were in the air. 707s, like the 727s, the old classic 74s. They were loud aircraft. I think the racetrack's still there. You want to see what the cabin looks like? We can go into the cabin. Into the cabin. Oh, let's turn that off. There you go, so you can see the lovely cabin. And we turn around. We can see the information screen showing what the aircraft's actually doing right now. You can hear the passengers still enjoying more canapes because they're looked after on this flight. Off the galley, so we can kind of go all the way through to the galley. Yeah, so we got not too far. There we are. So you got the some cups, the old Concorde thing, and then yeah, the stowage. The grate of P3D with its clipping, it's really rather annoying. And then obviously we can go back here towards the other galleys. Toilets. Right to the back galleys, and you can see off the coffee pots ready to come out. The ovens. And obviously all the trolleys, basically, which had everything in bin down there. What else we got? More canister, more canisters. But yeah, all sorts. Does the toilet flush? What do you think? It's an FSLabs product. You can't press it to flush it. Yes. The toilets were there. We went past all of them. Like, you can see them off to the side. You still have a picture of the kind of coffee canisters and the NASA. Nice. Toilets are there. You saw them. Alright, we'll just have to... I'll have to be really obvious with them. Look. A toilet. And a sink. And a mirror. And we can go over here. We can look at the ones down the aisle. A toilet, a sink, a mirror. A toilet, a sink, a mirror. They're all in here. No flash was on it. Alright, okay. Right. He's tuning the next VOR. Right, so he's loading the rest of the waypoints now manually from here. Okay, he's doing, so as you can see, he's doing stuff right now. He is, what's he doing? Oh, so he's just tuning onto the VOR. We're in range of it, so he's just tuned onto that. The RNAV light has come on, so he's updating the aircraft position off of it. Right. So let's have a look. How close are we to? We can look in here, decel and descent. We can see where, so we can refresh it just so it updates the latest data we have. So it's 100 miles to Lind right now. It's obviously to try and make us be 14,000 by Owens. So it reckons, yeah, 100 miles to Lind. Lind is there. So yeah, not a huge amount of time to go. Yep, similar shots. Oh, God.
Yeah, the reason the cards go to manual at this point is because they had two different routes into New York. Like I was saying earlier, they had different paths depending on summer or winter. So for summer they could decel later, and then for winter they had a descent path that went slightly out, just to sort of compensate for the fact that the boom propagated further.
Oh, the Kenda kind of waypoint.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, and that's all coded. So at the moment we're flying, obviously in August, but come October you'll see the plans just update automatically if you're flying in real time.
Yeah.
You'll see that it compensates for the different deceleration points.
Yes. Nice. I think it's been a long time since I've done the 1-3 approaches. I haven't done it at the VFE, I don't think, or the VFO, I should say. No, so this will be a trial by fire for me. I'm assuming it'll work absolutely perfectly. It'll be my flying that'll let us down.
Been on the 2-2s quite a lot, haven't they, lately?
I think every time I've been in recently, I've been on the 3-1s. I know Riyadh has landed on the 2-2s. Yeah, Martin, I'm allowed to make excuses, okay? Oh, yeah.
Go on.
I was going to say, do you want to explain how the INS works, of how it works out the turn and stuff?
Yeah, it's just looking ahead at the next leg, and it just uses some trigonometry to work out where it needs to commence the turn for the next leg, because it's limited to 20 degrees supersonic. So it'll basically calculate at what point it needs to start rolling in a 20-degree bank, or it's limited to 20. It doesn't always bank at 20. So in fact, if you do a London Bahrain, you'll see it supersonic down the med. It's normally always got some sort of bank angle on, where it navigates, because the Mediterranean is sort of navigating through around Italy and down past Cyprus. The INS is always steering some sort of shallow bank. So you'll see it. And that was really to keep performance, because if you start banking around 20 degrees or more, the aircraft can't climb. In fact, it descends.
It's all that drag.
Yeah.
So Formula Mo, you're saying about the VFV and VFO manage the descent and decel. So they do a lot of it, but you have to do a lot of it too. So obviously they'll throttle the engines back for you and stuff, but you're the one who's going to be changing the autopilot modes, actually doing the deceleration and descent planning, in a sense, and actually doing the descents. They'll obviously help you out with doing the engines, doing the fuel, but it's still on you to be thinking in your head, like, if you're on profile and stuff. Boston is on. Well, if they contact me, I'll talk to them.
Yeah, it's the same thing with a lot of these things, and I remember them talking about it in the ITV DVD of the Concorde flight, and they said, a lot of these systems, they had to constantly sit on them because if they forgot about them, that's where they got into trouble. So things, even though the sort of, you've got the virtual FO and the virtual FE managing these systems, you still have to monitor them. You still have to monitor what's happening with the INS. You need to make sure that nothing has gone wrong with the INS, say with the autopilot. You need to be situationally aware all the time of what's happening, but the VCS really helps with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can't just forget about the INS. You need to know what the FO is doing with it, and always cross-check and make sure that you're in the right place where the aircraft should be.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't, if you miss DME updating for whatever reason, the INS will drift. And then you can be some way off course.
Absolutely, yeah. Which can happen, especially like on the more like the Sierra Oscar kind of route, because you are quite a way away from land on that one.
Yeah, you are, and we never found out an answer to that, did we? We asked quite a few Concorde crews what would happen, because Sierra Oscar's so far further out. Into the ocean, you can't DME update it when you get onto that track.
Yeah, that's
you are beyond 200 miles from land, so you cannot tune to any VORs, which means the drift index on the INS just creeps up, and by the time you get to 20 west, it was up at 7 or 8, I think, which is
mad,
almost unusable. So I don't know what the crews did. I think Air France used Sierra Oscar a lot more than British Airways, because it made sense for them, because then they were southerly, so they just went into Paris off that.
That's it.
I'd love to find out what they did and how they managed to keep the INS updated on that track.
Yeah, we'll never know. They won't tell us.
No, well, that's it. It's 30 years now, so unfortunately, a lot of them can't remember.
Yeah, that's it. JW, so at the moment, the VFO is actually doing that right now. So this yellow light here is showing that he is DME updating. He has tuned a VOR, which is from the card. And he is currently updating off of it. He's tuned it, idented it, got a DME, and he's going off it right now, which is, working as it should. Radar pickup and vectored in. That is kind of all you can do. Obviously, when you get closer, you can try and update off a DME, but once it's that far gone, good luck getting it back. Andy, I'm going to guess in response to Mickey's question about the 3 INSs in remote mode, the VFO update all 3. So it's that's the point of nav mode mix, right?
Yes, it is. So yeah, the VFO is only updating. He's only DME updating on his. So you still have a responsibility to update on yours.
Yes.
And you should also be performing your own leg checks at every waypoint, checking it with the nav log. That was it. It was all a sort of 3-person crew. And I know Johnny at the beginning of the stream was showing features around the cockpit and things like that, but there were actually roles that the captain would be going through and testing various instrumentation on his side, going through his stand checks, setting things up. It wasn't just a case of him sitting there and the letting the first officer or the engineer
paper and
everything up. Yeah,
cup of
that
tea
was
in
equally
hand.
as much. Yeah, the captain was responsible for everything on his side and going through and checking it all and setting up, like you said, setting up the INS, setting up the PIDS.
Yeah.
Checking that they checking the load sheet, everything like that.
Right. We are 5 to 6, so we've got another probably about 200 miles till we start our decel, so not too much longer until we start going down. Do some final shots of the exterior while before we have to think about going down. That's a question I was going to ask Andy. How many? Because I was telling you about it earlier. How many routes in total are there over BA and Air France that you've coded up?
Let's have a look. I think in total, it's around 100, but let's have a look.
Keeps you busy. Lots of routes to choose from.
Well, so they changed. They went open skies, didn't they, in the west?
They did, yeah, true.
Recently, so that messed us up. So we had all these, as Johnny was saying, the original routes sort of no longer exist because they've removed various intersections. So we created a network of Concorde routes, and then the UK went open skies, or was it free space?
The free route airspace.
Free route, yeah.
Broke all the routes.
Had to do it all again.
Yep.
But we support both, so depending on which AIRAC cycle you have installed will depend on which routes you fly. So if people update their FSLabs products through the Aerosoft or the Navigraph subscriptions, it will automatically put you on the new routes.
Yeah, which is nice. People are asking about the world tour routes because they weren't really, they were one-offs, weren't they? So those ones will all have to be done custom wise.
Yeah, or I'm sure the community will put something together.
Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, absolutely.
So there's 76 BA, and I think we've got there's about 30 or 40 Air France.
Wow, fair few then. Flight Engineer panel's not NDA, we can go look at it. Obviously, we haven't really given it the love and attention, but it's all very nice over here. 10 minutes to decel. We're getting there.
So they'll 10 minutes to decel. They'll come out of aft trim soon. So they used to move the fuel forward initially to cool the wings. So they used to put more fuel in the wing tanks. Because the wings were obviously getting hot towards the end of the Super Cruise.
Yes.
So you'll see the engineer start pumping fuel forward. I think they target 57.5 initially. And obviously tanks 1 and 4 will start filling back up to about 2.5, 3 tons.
Nice. Yes, it will be extremely loud when the visor comes down. You do, obviously, when we did the departure and you heard me put the visor up, you do hear the massive sound difference in the inside, or that wind noise that goes away. The purple bits are covers. It's just the way Prepared does like plastic covers and stuff. There's like a slight tint to it. Oh, there we go. He's gone into normal trim. He's just done it.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Right, I need to do, go back in here, I need to do my performance calculations, and I need to do my landing. It reckons we're going to be landing at 100, basically 101 tons. So it's giving me some lovely speeds. So my approach speed that we're going to be doing is 161 knots. DRF of 154. And it's obviously given figures for the VFE, which would be 420 kilos. We're going to tank 9 to give us a bit of forward trim to get us close to 53%, 52% even, or whatever. Is it 53? My mind's gone blank on some of this stuff. I haven't had to think about it in so long because the VFE does it for me. Right, and I can bug that, so that's all done.
But the planning system's crunching all these numbers when you build the flight. It's working out your landing CG. It's working out how much fuel it needs in tank 9 for that.
Yeah.
And it adds it as ballast. So I think there's tank 9 ballast. I think there was tank 10 ballast for something else as well. So it's crunching all of these numbers when it gives you that final fuel figure.
Yeah.
It's taking so much into consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it does an awful lot when you see that timer sort of ticking up the percentage. That's what it's doing in the background.
Oh, nice.
I think the Bahrain route takes the longest, doesn't it, to compute because it's such a...
It's a complicated old route.
Yeah.
Simon seems no ATC have seemed to be ignoring me right now, which is fine. I'm not complaining. It means I can chat to Andy more and not have to worry about ATC a little bit. Obviously, I will be having to talk to them shortly.
Yeah, of course. I'll
New
dip
York.
out when you're on the ATC.
Yeah, yeah, perfect. But yeah, we're pretty much ready to go. I've already put, so the initial descent usually was 14,000 by Owens, which is what I put in now. I know New York are going to give me a different altitude, but I've just put that in to start with. I can set minimums actually. What were the minimums for the
April 13 left?
Yeah, because obviously would it be the Northwest? It'd be all visual, wouldn't it? So
yeah.
So technically 2,000.
Good question.
Or just would it have none set? Because it's a visual maneuver.
Yeah, although they, you're talking about what to set the decision.
The decision,
height at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think because if you watch a video for 13 left, it's still going off at like 300 feet.
Okay.
So
put it to the normal 200 then.
yeah. It seems to be as they.
Riyadh said 500 feet.
No, it seemed to be as they came out of the turn that it went off.
Which would be about 500.
I think it's about, I think it's lower. I'll check. I'm sure Fraser's shouting at us on the.
He's probably getting very upset. Yeah.
That's what it should be, but I think it's lower. I think it's about 200 or 300 feet.
Yeah, I don't know. Captain Corley, yes, I am. There are 2 other testers for FSLabs who have come along with me. We're going to get pretty high. 58.1 currently, 58.2. We're going to get close to what it reckoned, because it reckoned 58.7, was it? Yeah, 58.7. Yeah. So we're not too far off.
How many miles have we got to go to decel?
Not long. Yeah, obviously, we got a 10-minute call not too long ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We are probably about 90 miles away from decel.
Yeah.
Pitching to slow the aircraft. We're not pitching at the moment. Obviously, the engineer has started putting fuel forwards, obviously to... Yeah, he's currently brought us CG to forward to 57.5, as Andy said they would. And then as we start our proper descent, they start pumping forwards. If we were going to do a subsonic leg, it would be to 55. But obviously we're not. We're going to be going all the way down. So he puts it all the way back forwards to like 53%. Opening these visors. Yeah, it does not take long. 100 miles, it doesn't take long at all. Right, what will I have to tune to? Because I know that says it on the... I have to tune to Kanazi. 1123 will be my big one that I'll be tuning off. Right, let's get some charts up ready. I'm with 4, perfect. Right, 60 miles ish, 50 miles, 60 miles.
It's creeping up towards 587.
It's getting there, yeah. It's gonna be pretty close to what it thought it would get to. That's pretty good.
I love watching this. When did we plan the flight? It's quarter to 11 now.
Probably about 4 hours
7?
ago.
Yeah.
So 4 hours ago, and it's got it pretty much spot on.
It's 200 feet out at the moment.
Yeah, that's good going. Oh, I have a contact me. It's New York. 125325. Right, it's gonna be quite a little. Let's turn that down a little bit. I'll probably actually request this. Yeah, cool. New York, very good afternoon. Super Concorde 3. Currently flight level 585 in the block 450 to flight level 600.
Super Concorde 3, New York Center. Good afternoon, sir. Squawk 1071.
Squawk 1071, Super Concorde 3.
Super Concorde 9069, contact New York approach 128.12, and I've put on the approach request for you there. Have a great night.
I appreciate that. So 128, 125, good night. Seabird 9069, thanks.
Right. Super Concorde 3, requesting deceleration and descent.
Super Concorde 3, radar contact now 42 miles south of Nantucket VOR, cross Owens at and maintain 14,000. The Kennedy altimeter 2992.
2997, cross Owens, altitude 14,000, Super Concorde 3. Lovely. I need to turn the aircraft back up. I do indeed.
Virgin 575 Heavy, you just want me to remain at 230, correct?
Yes. Virgin 575, wonderful, thank you. Cross Landy now, I have to maintain flight level 1900 and 250.
10 miles.
10 miles.
250 now.
Andy, it's going to be close. It's 80 feet after 4 hours. It's like after the plan. Right, it's out hold. All throttle out.
3.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, 50 feet.
1.
Planned it 4 hours ago and it's 50 feet out.
Decel.
Throttles back to 18 degrees, please.
Right, so the VFE is now bringing the throttles back. Slowly bringing those throttles back. It's enough for Mach 2. Oh, yes, sorry, Andy will go quiet now, sorry. Because he's on the same channel as the ATC. But yes, I'll probably... Hang on, let's... New ATC a second.
You're going to talk to ATC now?
Yes, so I will
Okay.
leave you to it. Thank you very much, Andy, for coming on.
You're welcome.
It's been it's been really good actually getting kind of a bit more in the insight. And yes,
Definitely.
we'll have to run again.
If you're doing a BO2 or something, a BO4, let me know and I can jump on and answer more questions.
We'll be doing that tomorrow, so
Cool.
does that make it easy?
Brilliant. All right. Thanks for everyone in the chat for your support. That's why we do it. So that's very kind. All your comments today. Thank you. Appreciate it. And look forward to showing you more over the next few days.
Perfect. Cheers, Andy. We'll
Thanks.
talk to you probably
Cheers,
tomorrow.
good night.
See ya.
See ya. Bye.
There we are. Big thank you.
134.7. Thank you. Have a nice day, sir. See you soon. Thank you.
Big thank you to Andy. That it was. He didn't have to do that. Obviously, he's spending his
575 Heavy, contact New
evening
York approach 128.12.
sat in here,
Contact New York approach.
suffering
Thanks
me.
to ATC, Virgin 575 Heavy.
Thank you. Citation 8 Bravo
Right,
Papa,
so,
descend and maintain Bravo 180.
80 down a little bit. Coming up on 368 knots. We're going to be aiming to descend at 350 knots, so very quick, shortly.
Just confirm smoking mode, Charlie, please.
At 360 knots, I'm going to press out acquire, which is about now, which will then put a descent of 800 feet a minute down to kind of give it a little bit of descent. And then at 350 knots,
9093,
we'll engage IS hold to hold 350 knots. So that is 350 knots. Now, IS hold, and now we're properly descending. So what plane are we flying? We are in the FSLabs Concorde, the new product which is about to be released at some point soon. I don't know if they've announced a date yet while I've been streaming. Yes, it's coming out very, very, very soon.
Rotation 8 Bravo Papa, cross the Lancaster VOR, that's Lima Romeo Papa, and maintain 13,000, this will the altimeter 2988.
So the next thing, we need to do the INS at some point soon.
Coming up on Mach 1.5, we'll take the second stage of throttling now.
Coming back to 32 degrees.
So yeah, well Mach 1.5, so he's now bringing it all the way back a bit more. So we're going to send a bit faster.
Skills and maintain 12,000 with a Baltimore altimeter 2988.
So it's gonna, that descent rate's going to increase as we start taking more power off. So once we get to Cameron, we load up 13 left. So via assault will be card 14. So I will have to do that one.
November Alpha Sierra 44 across the Lurch and maintain 14,000 Harrisburg altimeter 2985.
Yes, so Dom, yes, the INS, loads of charts are going to be coming with the FSLabs. I know some of the team have been making them from the original AirAd charts, so they will be coming.
Cargo 219, New York. Good evening, sir. I believe you're on wrong frequency. Try New York approach 128.12.
Right leg 7 to 8 checks out.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we're going over to...
So Owens is waypoint 9, so that's where we're going to be. We need to be 14,000 back. He's checking more route stuff. I can actually probably set the course. What is the course for 1-3? No, I don't want to yet, because I want to set the inbound bullet to Canarsie, which is 043. So let's set that one for later on. So VOR is 043 for our inbound to Canarsie a little bit later on. Yes, the cockpit is it's a nice place to be. It's very nicely done. So flight traps, let's see, you have a choice. So currently we have a virtual flight engineer which is doing it for us. So he's putting it forwards as we speak, basically. He's going to keep pumping it forwards until we get to 53%. But obviously if you're brave and mad and want to do 3 people's job as one, then you can do it all yourself. Crazy people do that though. So you can see the coast of America off to our right hand side. I can start trimming that up now because I don't need to be seeing landmass so much anymore.
Just 782, and then the altitude is going to maintain level 190.
Yes, so it's on. Currently, it'll be on off.
November Alpha Sierra 44. Contact Potomac approach 126.1. Good night.
When do I droop the snoot? When we get down to 250 knots is when we'll droop the snoot.
November Alpha 044 at Potomac approach 126.1. Thank you.
Guys, thank you very much for all the your support this evening. I have been seeing all the follows and stuff, so thank you everyone who has tuned in. Why do you need to drop the nose? Well, if you don't drop the nose, you will struggle to see. You'll struggle to see a runway out here because the angle of attack you're coming in is quite a high angle of attack the approach. So to be able to see the runway, you need the nose to go down.
South 72, New York Center. Good evening. Radar contact.
They want to use cameras, but that's modern technology. But again, I think the technology you needed, back then to get the nose to work like it does is mental.
140 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 55.3.
Jazz 782 to maintain 16,000. Baltimore altimeter 29088.
May need to do a bit of reverse on the once we're down and below Mach 1 and below 30k.
Leg 91 is checked.
Thank you, Chewy. Very, very kind. Yeah, it's at least I had Andy to help me out. Andy was kind of like there chatting away in the background. I was just like, oh my god. he is an absolute crazy man who knows a lot of stuff about this aircraft. He has been obviously doing Concorde stuff for a very long time. No, no flaps, no spoilers. The only thing I have, the only thing I have to slow me down right now is my engine's going to idle and using speed. But even then,
the Concorde 9093,
different speeds will give you a different amount of drag. So obviously the delta wing. Through Mach 1, so you see the supersonic, the shockwave moving around. So it's gone, basically the shockwave's gone forward on the aircraft now, not backwards. So it's just gone back over the probes, like the angle of attack probe. So now we're back below, we're back in the subsonic regime.
Transparency de-ice and de-mist.
Rotation 8 Bravo Papa, depart the bump. Heading 0900, vector ILS 17.
Low heat on the ice.
Jazz 782 to maintain 1.
What's the bell sound? That is the trim down here, the little trim wheel. Right, so we've got about 35 miles to lose. About 18,000 feet. So yeah, we need to use a little bit of reverse. I'm waiting until we get into the window.
51 Mike Charlie, cross sweep, out of maintain 7,000, Newark altimeter 2908
yeah, it'll be the aircraft. I'll turn the aircraft
Jazz
up.
782, contact Potomac approach. Point 1, good night.
I'll turn the ATC down, that'll help. Let me know if the ATC is too loud. I have just turned it down, so. No, there's no GPS in this thing. Right, let's get some reverses out, shall we? So, there's a button over here. Light, reverse, arm. Press that one. Oh, no, right. Oh, I know why. I know why. I'm not idle. That'll also help. But we can also use some reverse. So they're idle now, so I can press this. So that's armed. And then we can do... Press F1 again.
Through 30 for 140 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 55.0.
It is static.
There we are. So we've got reverses right now. which is indicated by that. And now we're going to descend very
Brake line one
quickly.
is checked.
Yeah. Nice bit of reverses there. So you can see the inboards are in reverse mode at the moment. And we're now plummeting out the sky. So we use this for a little bit longer. Yep, it has to use it will pop. Right, that'll do. So press F4 again, puts them back to idle. Speed, obviously, we're now going to accelerate a little bit. And we can press that, right click that. So now they're not armed anymore. How that felt? Basically like a normal steep descent. You're getting like a 320 or whatever with speed brakes and everything out. You obviously do that, but you wouldn't really notice it so much. So we're going to slightly be a little high passing Owens. But we have a long time from Owens to Cameron to get the rest of the height off.
The fuel is still moving forward.
Can you do across the pond with this? If you're mad. Too bad actually. We're only going to be a few, like maybe 3,000 high. That's pretty good. Right, we're below 18k now, so we can press B to update. JFK is currently 2991. Ah, slightly out. That's fine. 291. So that's 2991. So we just passed over Owens right now.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. 15 minutes to landing.
Cabin crew will now be sat down, seatbelt signs will go on. Just like that. What's the range like? Pretty good. Good 3,500 and just under 4,000 miles.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go. Altitude acquire.
Right, so put the auto throttle on to arm it. Obviously we're going to out acquire, so it's going to enable, because we're at the speed we are, it's going to enable IAS hold. Believe that. 350 knots is good for us. And 10 miles to the east of Cameron, 9,000 feet, speed 250 knots, speed of Concorde 3. Cool. So, out hold,
Approach checklist,
10,000.
briefing update.
No updates at the moment.
Understood. Taxi
So
turn
we're
lights.
at... So we're 30 miles, that is then
Yeah,
4,000, 5,000 feet, so it's not so
Radar
bad.
switches.
Radio.
Engine rating going to take off. Approach coming on now.
America like to get you down early.
Fuel weight CG checks. No
Right,
updates
let's
on
not
the
go down now.
boats. Seats and harness.
Mine's locked. Power off secure.
And I will just leave that for now. Let us load up card number 14. So I just loaded in that card.
501, that's available, advice already. 501, cut off Charlotte.
So that's basically loaded in the routing for the INS approach, if we can get it.
Maintain side, Nelson. Plus 26.
Oh. 9,000. Not 10,000. 9,000. We've got 20 miles. Yeah, so that's looking good. We also need to slow down, so I'll increase the descent rate a little bit just to get that down. Yeah, absolutely. Chuck, you could do it. You'd obviously be subsonic over land, but you could have a little supersonic bit over the channel, like a tiny little bit, but you'd have to slow down again. But there's no problem with doing that. 15 miles. Yeah, that's good. It's everywhere. Well, it is your world. Let's go 1 2. You've been on board 3. Have a good night. What we got information?
American 142 near Center 135 3
Right, get rid of that. Idle.
Procedure and look ahead. Proceed inbound to LaGuardia. Enter a 2-mile left 8, coming on 3. 2-mile left 8.
Through 10 for 90 with a prime 2992 is set and I've got 53.3.
It is static.
Altitude alert 1000 to go.
Persian 575.
Okay, where did?
What was the heading?
Fighting 140, 140 and 3000.
140 and 3000. Sorry, I was having some trouble with the autopilot almost going that thing. I'll slow down to 180 again.
American 22, New York Center 125 32. Good night.
Over in New York Center, thanks so much. Good night.
Approach, very good evening. Super Concorde 3 Heavy descending 9,000, passing 9.5 towards Cameron, and we have information. Whiskey.
Super Concorde 3 near approach. Good evening. Kennedy L 2992. Plan the VOR 13 left approach.
VOR 13 left 2992. Super Concorde 3.
Super Concorde 9093 Heavy. Speeder discretion.
That's 10 miles, pretty close. Speed's going back, so we can go into that outer wire. Speed's just coming back to 250 knots. Right, 250 knots. We know what that means.
Coming down. Altitude acquire.
Air Canada 707 runway 13 left
Nose
away.
5.
The approach checklist is complete.
Lovely.
Super Concorde 3 Heavy flighting 360, descend and maintain 7,000.
Heading 360, descend, just for the altitude, Super Concorde 3?
Yes, sir, 7,000, Super Concorde 3 Heavy.
Send 7,000, Super Concorde 3, thanks. Right, nice hold. Down we go. Right, got Kanazi on there as well, which is good. See, it gets very loud in here now, and everything starts to happen very quick. What are we looking for? 1, 2, 3, so that's 7.
Uber Concorde 9093, heavy sliding 360.
So we're going to start updating off Kanazi.
Kennedy approach to City 7812, on the short west, right?
Roger, stand by Delta 1063 New York, stay your altitude. Delta 1063 New York, thank you for the contact, climb and maintain 17,000.
Yes, everything gets, very, very busy now.
Delta 1063, good rate through 4,000, please.
You can see, obviously, the Bay Area here. Actually, that's a route now.
Air Canada 707, wind 18013 knots, 136 takeoff.
Why is ice hot? Because it will keep trying to constantly...
3, turn left heading 340, descend and maintain 3,000.
Left send 340, descend 3,000, people got 3 heavy.
Virgin 575, heavy, sliding 210.
Turn to 210, Virgin 575 heavy. And I do have a salt on the flight plan as well now when I re-edited it, so either one.
Virgin 575, sounds good. Your number 3 for the approach, you'll be following a Concorde on about a 30-mile modified downwind for 13 left.
Confirm.
Alright, so we're going to be doing 03, so I'm going to get that. 03? Yeah, it will be 03, so...
Quality 78, quality 5426 from a 13 left. Line up for weight, wind 18011 knots.
I will update that when we get closer, but that I need to remember 03.
Uber Concorde 9093, heavy, you're 4 from the salt, sliding 020, maintain 3000 to establish on the final approach towards the WR 13 left approach.
Yes, didn't automatically switch, I changed it to IS hold. Basically, you don't want it constantly chasing a speed, so you just leave it in IS hold, let it do it itself.
Air Canada 707, your thank you to contact, climb and maintain 15,000. Quality 5426, fly runway heading wind 19011 knots, runway 13 left, good takeoff.
13 left, runway heading clear takeoff, quality 5420.
Uber Concorde 9093, heavy caution wake turbulence, departure roll on 13 left, wind 190 at 11 knots, runway 13 left.
Well, can me? Oh god, pressure's already coming on. Right, so we need Kanazi on the left, JFK on the right. JFK is 1159. 1159's in there. It's updating. 1123, which is Kanazi's on the left and updating. That's what I want. Basically, to keep it as accurate as possible going around the corner, because the last thing you need is the it losing its position and going, I don't know where we are, and you going like into the racetrack or something like that. What a view these guys would have on the beach.
Altitude alert, 1,000 to go.
Yes, so yeah, 13 left is the opposite one, 31 right.
South Oscar, near approach, Roger, squawk 1001.
Tower on. Ground is on. So, JFK ground 1219 is who we'll be talking to next.
Uber Concorde 3, heavy sliding 360.
360, Uber Concorde 3. So satisfying, laying that wine to the correct heading.
We are holding 13 right for departure.
Wave to everyone on the beach. I do miss MSFS for this. This in MSFS is going to be amazing.
Tango Alpha Yankee 5426 New York City altitude evening.
Altitude require.
Quality 5426 New York radar contact. Thanks. Climb maintain 17,000. Turn right direct Robbinsville.
Robbinsville 17,000.
Yeah, external view now.
7812, remain 13 right, line away.
3 right, line up away to the
So nice.
Virgin 575, sliding 310.
310, Virgin 575 heavy.
Oh, that lovely bit of smoke in the atmosphere. Greta would be loving it.
Air Canada 707, sliding 270, come and maintain 17,000 vectors per sequence.
Heading 270 and
So you can see the city's loading in. Time.
Speedboat Concorde 3, 4 from assault, sliding 010, 3,000 to establish from the final approach port, clear the VOR 13 left approach.
Right, 10-010, maintain 3,000 feet until established final approach port, clear VOR 13 left, Speedboat Concorde 3. Blah, 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 blah. Right, VOR lock. There we are, we're established, we can descend down.
2408 New York, roger, yeah, I see that. Squawk 707.
Start slowing down.
Pacific 7812, fly runway heading runway 13 right, set to take off.
runway heading 13 right, set to take off.
November Bravo Tango 2, caution wake turbulence, runway 13 right, line up away. Speedboat Concorde 3, heavy speed your discretion, Kennedy wind 190 11 knots, number 2 calling us company over the numbers, runway 13 left, clear land.
Good discretion, runway 13 left, clear land number 2, Speedboat Concorde 3. So yeah, well, overhead Canarsie, we want to be 1,500 feet, 190 knots. And then once we're overhead itself, actually we can keep going down a little bit faster. 190 here. Yep, start slowing down now.
5426, are you climbing, sir?
5426, yes sir, we are at BAE 146. It's not that powerful, so it's going to take a little bit of time.
Roger. We can go into
traffic, 12 o'clock and 6 miles, a heavy 8330 at 4,000, sending 3,000.
Altitude acquire.
Quality 5426, if you can, give me a good rate 37, then you rate your discretion.
Alright, we'll try to do the best we can for 5426. 9 secondary to do that.
Sounds good to me. Air Canada 707, turn right direct tail.
Right direct tail,
ILS.
1063 New York Center 12532, good night.
Wait for it to flip over.
New York approach, VisionJet 2028 at flight level 210.
Overhead, down to 1,000.
VisionJet 20268 New York approach, good evening, radar contact level 210. Descend and maintain
Right, get out.
10,000, and I assume 250 is your best forward airspeed?
Nose down.
Yeah, 250,
20268 New York radar contact, maintain 250 knots, descend and maintain 10,000.
4 greens.
Descend and maintain 10,000.
Nose.
Southwest 2408 radar contact, 15,200. Descend and maintain 10,000, 250 on the speed.
Landing checklist.
295 radar we're looking for next, which is very shortly.
Virgin 575, turn right direct assault.
1,000 feet radar.
Turn right direct assault. Virgin 575.
5 greens. Go around
There it
altitude
is.
is set.
Right, vertical speed. Keep it going down.
Seabird Concorde 9093 Heavy, hold short of Delta on Bravo, contact Kennedy ground 121.9 Cheerio.
800 feet.
New York approach November 267 Echo is cleared on the runway.
267 Echo taxi.
There's 13 right.
Parking via Echo Alpha, good day.
Taxi via Echo Alpha, November 267 Echo. Thanks a lot.
100 above.
Visual.
Good night. Virgin 575, you're 5 from Assault is 3 balancing, cleared on F Zulu 13 left.
500 feet.
Cleared on F Zulu, 13 left.
Stable.
Virgin 575.
Decide.
Landing.
400 feet.
Right, disconnecting.
Flight directors
Little
off.
no doubt.
20268, I need a good rate down, sir. You're really high. Just maintain 10,000, expedite descent.
300 feet.
Oh, expedite, sorry about that. 267.
200 feet. 100 feet. 50.
Pacific
40.
7812, New York,
30.
stay out to be leaving.
20. 15.
Slightly to the left, that's fine.
7812, radar contact, thanks. Turn right
Go
to
down.
Robbinsville, climb and maintain 17,000.
Frank Robbinsville, climb and maintain 17,000.
896 Alpha Oscar, radar contact.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Street in runway
75
19,
knots.
report a 2-mile left stage, fit in the Bravo.
50. 40.
Cactus
20
26,
knots.
descend and maintain
Well,
4,000.
we're down. Hit the right here.
Cactus 28, plan the visual, Q2.
Got a little low. I think I started the descent a bit too early for the from 1,000. But we're down.
Air Canada 707, direct gale.
It is max. That is max on.
Nose up to 5.
Seabird Concorde 3, hold short of Bravo, contact Kennedy ground 121.
After landing checks, master warning.
Cheerio.
Inhibited.
Hotel Bravo, ground point none. Thank you very much, Max, for coming on. Have a good night.
Off invert.
2 and 3 going.
Right. Do-do-do. Right.
That was a really cool stream, Johnny. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks a lot. No, thanks for tuning in and thanks for coming on again.
Of course, yeah.
Right. Outer perimeter. Cool. Let us go to ground point nana. Is that someone talking on ground or no? Grab a good evening. Speaker got 3, holding short Bravo.
Seabird 3, are you with the Seabird group or
No, I'll be turning to the right here. I'm going to guess for Terminal 7.
Alright, roger that. Right on Bravo, Terminal 7.
Right, Bravo, Terminal 7. Speaker got 3, thanks.
Cabin crew, this is the
Slight
flight
bit of a
engineer.
shock
You
'cause
can
Bravo
place
is the
doors to
outers.
manual. Doors to manual now.
Round we go. Remember, the nose gear is a long way behind us, so. See, I'm not even over the grass. Look, see, it's all fine. Cool. Yeah, Trevor, thank you for coming on again. Thank you, Colonel West. Thank you to everyone on ATC who's come online. It has been really helpful. And it was really helpful because no one was on across the Atlantic, which means I could talk to Andy and not be disturbed. So, yes, definitely very much an I Love Vatsim moment. Yes, if you sub to Chewy, get all the I Love Vatsims in the chat because they've done a great job. And Max for coming on to New York. Very, very, very nice to see him on there. Am I face to face with this guy? Yes, I am. I'm just going to stop here. Because I'm on Bravo. I'm going the right way around Bravo, so...
After landing checks complete, I've called for the doors.
He's gone. He should have turned left on Bravo, I think. it's a face-off. He's gonna be turning out our way. I'm just gonna slowly roll forwards. Yeah, there he goes. Cool. There we go. And also, fuel, 13 tons. It's about what we expected we'd have. Yeah, 12.5. So, yeah. Actually landed a little bit extra. So, yeah, flight time. I didn't actually stop it. But it had been probably, how long have we been on the ground? Maybe 5 minutes. So, 3 hours 18. What did it reckon we'd probably do? 3:15. So, that's pretty good. Here he comes. Who we got? Oh! Oh! Oh, it's a Virgin. 330. It's fine. He's landing on the right side of the runway because I land on the left. So we've averaged it out. He's down, yeah. So we've averaged it out. The Virgin's gone on. It's fine. Oh, hello, Mr. BRJ. Right. Riyadh, which stand are you on? Nope, not that one. They do look nice, yeah, Hugh. I don't know. Yeah, I do like the look of a Virgin 330, yeah. You're on 1, so what one can I go on? Yeah, it's still there. So I can go on 2, okay. Only United, sadly, but... Yes, Squid Dog, I haven't forgotten. We will go to nighttime once we're parked on stand so you can have a look at what it looks like at nighttime. CRJ's having a race with me. What he doesn't know is I'm actually not going to the runway with him. Yes, Smiley Beaches, there is a configurator, just like the 320. I will say the ones you need to set are like datum controls, so like pitch datum, speed datums, roll datums, and also on here, the pitch index bar. The pitch index bar needs to be 1 as well. So those are the big things. I've got all of them set. Auto throttle disconnect and autopilot disconnect. Get all of those set so you don't need to look outside.
Heavy, just turned off of runway 1.
Right, we're going to be saying left here.
Anywhere in the international area, so like your hotel?
They are buttons, so they're up and down. They're not axes, they are buttons. So you push and hold it to go.
Left on Alpha, enter Terminal 4 at Hotel. Virgin 575 heavy.
Right, no one to the left. TB, yeah, BA have obviously moved to T8 now, which is obviously over here. So and it's nice that T7's still there for now. Even in MSFS in the new scenery, I think Alaska is still there. I think. Right. Turn the turn-offs off. And for parking like this, where it's like a 90-degree turn, you have to go a lot further forwards than you think before you turn. Norse fly there. Okay, so yeah, there's a fair few that still are there. Is United there? Alex, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much for your gifted subs earlier. Thank you. You are a legend. Thank you so much. Right. Keep going, 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 and we're turned now. Well, single engine. We're on 2 engines. And even then, I've turned too early. I'm going to ignore you, GSX, because it always parks me too short. Sorry, too long. So, we're going to go a bit more. Yeah, the ground markings are not in the correct place for here. Or the jetway's not in the right place. That'll do. Right, so let us set the brakes. Twice. Remember to do it twice to set them. We will go outside. Just because people asked really nicely. And we will do...
Nose coming up. Visor's coming up.
Parking checklist, brakes, set to park, lights, transparency.
There we are. Now these could go through the shutdown checklist.
Visor nose is up and locked, shutting down number 1 engine.
Right, let's mute the pilot so you guys can't hear it.
Ground to flight deck.
Go ahead.
Okay, they've just plugged the power in, and we have shotgun at the nose.
Thank you.
So we've got an American ground crew here, obviously. No, it doesn't have an APU, which is why we shut down number 1. Number 4 we still have on while they plug in the ground power.
Shutting down number 4.
And obviously we're connected, so now we're shutting down number 4. There we are. Get GSX, obviously the menu comes up automatically. Thank you, FSLabs, working really closely with GSX as always. That's... should be off. 2000. Seatbelt signs have gone off. There we are. Whenever we get a nicer view. Come on, there we are. Oh, there we are. We're here! We've made it to New York return. Oh my god, tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be doing the return. I think I need a rest. Yes. We have made it to New York in one piece, mostly. Those of you who are tuning in now, I'm leaving the VOD up. Don't panic. I don't delete VODs. I keep the VODs. We'll keep it for the 60 days. I may even do a highlight reel and put it on YouTube. We'll see. Maybe obviously cut down maybe a little bit or just leave the full thing. We'll see what people think. But yes. Hope you're very excited for the FSLabs. We're going to go back inside shortly just so we can show it at night time and stuff. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the flight. I hope you're very excited to get this product because I know that Andy is excited to get it out to the masses and stuff. And for those of you who want to do it, whole trip on YouTube. Perfect. Yeah, I will definitely think about getting that edited. So obviously you can see the back doors opening for the cargo. Ignore that it's United. I think I need to... I'll update this scenery to have BA still here. Alpha Charlie Twitch, I don't know. I am not the person to ask for this. I'm not a developer for FSLabs, so I'm not the person to ask. I don't know. They will post. They will post in the forum, and you'll probably see stuff on like their Facebook page and stuff when it's going to be close to release. I'm sure. Dull. I will probably be doing a similar sort of time as to today, so it kind of gets the most people will be able to watch. So probably like. Maybe a bit earlier, maybe 5:30 UK time, so 4:30 Zulu, so just a little earlier. So then we're not going. Obviously, it's currently 11:30 in the UK right now, so it's fairly late. So we're trying to make it an hour earlier than it was today, just to get going. Ancraft, absolutely. I hate static cameras in this thing sometimes. Yes, absolutely. We'll do some French Air France stuff. Have to brush up on my French skills. Yeah, good old. It's quite an awkward cabin, cargo hatch, this one. Even in the real world, it was quite a pain in the backside to get stuff in and out of that hold. But yes. Right, shall we go inside so you guys can see what it looks like at night time? So I'm going to disconnect from that sim. Riyadh and Martin, thank you very much for flying with me. Was very cool to have, at least so you can see the, obviously on my... I'm annoyed I can't release the AI model. It's not my model. Obviously, I've edited it, but obviously I can't then distribute it, sadly. Obviously, excuse me, I tweaked it a lot so I can make it work with the FSLabs. I'm hoping with the MSFS version, we can hopefully release one. But not with the P3D one, sadly. Right, let us go into night mode. We'll apply that. Load. Obviously, a second home warm up. Oh, lovely. Yes, there is, but again, that's technically my one, but I was a bit naughty of that one, which is why it's not the updated one. That's just the freeware one, which I've had, which I've edited a lot since then. Oh, I know I've done. That's annoying. Give me a sec. Review flight first. So that can go out the way. I need to turn off real time with... Okay, should be off now. Fine. Time and season. Yeah, you can't see anything at the moment. Don't panic. It's loading. No problem at all. Right, let's do... There we are. Cool. So this is it. Well, obviously, all the lights... I'm going to close Volanta. Sorry. Volanta decided to put the time back to thingy. Right. I will accept all the friend requests. Don't worry. I'm going to close Volanta for now. But I will accept all those friend requests on Volanta. Don't you worry. Right. Stop changing my time, Volanta. Third time's the charm. Ah, Nicola, that'd be giving it away, right? Right. Don't change time on me again. I've closed you Volanta now, so you can't do anything. Right, let's turn up. All of this, all the lovely, lovely lights. So you can see all the lights on here. Get the chart light on. Get the other chart light on. Obviously all the lights here are all on, so there's a lot of lights. Oh yeah. So I can do on the actual. So if I go under here, you can see that the lights coming from the master warning system. If I do the recall based, the test, so you can see it lights up the underneath of the panel, which is very nice. Turn the storms off. All right, I'll turn the storms off. Storms are off. Does look good. Looks so nice. It's nice. Yeah, Sims Drew struggle. It's because it's in between. Because obviously in the daytime they only can emit a certain amount of light. At nighttime they can emit more light, and then in between it's just like do I do lots, do I do little, do a lots, little, lot, and it doesn't know what it's doing. It doesn't help with Concorde going so blimmin' fast that you kind of get lighter again. But it looks nice. It does look nice. All very dark out here now. And obviously, cabin itself, you can kind of see. It's nice even at night time. It's nice in here too. And obviously, it should say, yeah. It's obviously because we're at the end of the flight now. Thank you for flying Concorde. So, with that sort of view... Ah! GSX passengers scaring me. Hang on, let's go all the way back. So, go back further. I don't want to see GSX passengers. We'll do that. I think that's kind of an apt place to kind of finish it off. Making that water pump again. I can't wait for the GSX stuff in obviously MSFS to actually have the passengers sitting down. That would be really cool. We see the landing of it. I don't have a replay of it, sadly. So unfortunately we can't watch it back. But so yeah. So basically, we'll be back in this tomorrow for the return back to Heathrow. As I said, starting at 5:30 UK time, 4:30 PM Zulu, GMT, however you want to do it. But yes, we'll be back then to do some more. Again, guys, thank you so much for the follows today. I constantly see over there, and there's more and more coming through. So thank you for all of those, and the subs that came through as well. I'm sorry I missed a few when we were talking to Andy, but thank you for those. As I said, if you haven't followed yet, please do press that follow button yet. You get to find out about tomorrow. Join the Discord, because then you actually be able to see when stuff starts coming out and stuff like that, and I'll actually be telling you when I'm streaming, even just after tomorrow as well. But yes, guys, it's been a pleasure. I will leave you this view, and have a good night. See you later. Bye.